Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott, and we are ready to ride the Woo train tonight. R Keith Andrews is back for the ET Connection. Yes, the conductor of the Woo has returned for the month of February. I'm excited. I hope you are too as well. Before we bring Keith on, let's say hello to everybody in the chat room. We got Nightmare in the gold medal position. Jeff Steve Garvey with a silver. Race fan, bringing home the bronze medal tonight. We got Roy Boy and Logan L. Good to see you guys. Hi, Penny Van, Michael Morris, Wreakin' Havoc. What's going on, buddy? Long time no see. Markham, good to have you back, buddy. Let's see, Brown Dwarf, Adam Lakatos. Thank you so much for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Let's continue. Rui from Portugal is returned. John Swan, nice to have you here. Thurston Howell III. Nikki from Seattle is here. Nikki will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Dutch Hank, Toe Tag, Sandy B. Nice to have you all here. Jessica, nice to see you. Hello, Kim Stanley and B, and number 12 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, starting on left wing from Ordenskoldsvik, Sweden, Lars Jansson. There he is. Take a bow, Lars. Guy Calgary. What is happening, my friend? Good to have you here. How's your cowboy hat? Wild Amy WC, Nathan. Good to have you both here. The Michael Leger has returned. Thank you, Michael. Carlito, what's happening, my man? W. David Page. I am Pam. I am Pam. See my name? I am Pam. I am Pam. Not you. I am Pam. I am Pam. Yep. Kurt M. Sweet Donna C. Nancy Hayes. I am Pam. Nice to see you. Robert Lamoth, Love V Love, Jen A, Kurt M. Again, I'm going to see how many times I can say Kurt M tonight. Let's see. Kurt M, Monica, Jurassic Joey, Kurt M, the Gansfield Files. Good to see you here. Little Katie, welcome to SOR chat. Kurt M, nice to see you. Vash the Impaler is back. Good to have you back, buddy. Search and Destroy, Chillgasm, Deb from SAC, Joe Ferreira from Brazil. We'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. I am Pam, Kurt M. Excuse me. Hi, Space Daisy. Nice to see you, Marty Burback. I'm running out of time here. Ross Dogg's Broken Spirit. Let's go, man. All right, Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Hamilton. Wimbledon. There we go. Jamie Johnson. Nice to see you. Ozzy. Oi, oi to you. Kurt M. I am Pam. And Sweet Donna C. Greg.com Maloney. Nice to have you here. Judy's Garlands. Welcome. Lily Pond. Nice to see you. And Beleni, my man. Thank you. Carlito, thank you for that amazing super chat. Very much appreciate it, my friend. And let's start the radio side so we could Let old Bill WD-40 in. That way you can lube us up for tonight's show. Witchy, good to have you here from New Zealand. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Von Patrick, Bigfoot Rob, nice to see you. Ian McFadden, how you doing? And little Timmy Senor, nice to see you. Smithy, thank you so much for that super chat, my man. Love you, buddy. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Let's move on. I am Pam, and let's see here. Grandizer, nice to see you. Nancy, thank you so much for that super chat. Very much appreciate your love, Nancy. Thank you for your support. And we got 30 seconds here. Rose Brooks, nice to see you. Sensational Sherry. Mike Bothwell, thank you for the super chat, my man. A good Canadian kid there, that Mike Bothwell. And let's see, who else do we got here? I think we're caught up. I really do. Yeah, we're caught up. And just in time to say, let's get your horns up and let's rock here. R Keith Andrews, the Woo Trade. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor to hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok it's Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a power show for you tonight. R Keith Andrews is in with the ET Connection as we do all things woo. Then in hour 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor is going to join us for the UFO report. We may go a little after hours tonight with Random Guy as well. It is that time of the month once again where our good friend and alien expert R Keith Andrews comes on in and joins us for the ET Connection. Keith will discuss the purposes of aliens coming to this planet and having contact with us. Keith is not only a lifelong ET contactee, he is also highly intuitive. And now Keith uses his gifts to help others who have their own contact as well. He's been doing this for more than 3 decades and proclaims to have been in touch with well over 50 extraterrestrial species. Pretty cool. He's a wild one. We love him around here. R Keith Andrews. It's always a pleasure to have you on Spaced Out Radio, my friend. And you are frozen up. That's not good. Well, there you are. Keith, can you hear us? Keith, we are waiting for you to say hello because your connection seems really, really slow tonight.
Hi. Working really badly on my end.
Yeah, you're going to have to
my
reboot,
video
Keith.
shows I'm working fine. Yours?
Yeah, it's on your end, my friend. So I'm going to take you out for a few minutes here and try and get you organized a little bit here because we definitely want to have a clear indication of what's going on with your computer here, Keith. So you might have to reboot. But nonetheless, while we're waiting for Keith to come on in and get all cleaned up and looking pretty for all of us, well, sounding pretty for the radio audience, to hear about these balloons. Yep, made in China. These balloons have been flying around North America. There's apparently 3 of them now, 1 in Canada and 2 in the United States, where allegedly they have been brought down. Yep, it is one of these weird stories. I mean, these balloons, they look like a giant white orb with what looks to be dangling from them, almost like, I don't know, like concert speakers, man. You know, when you go to a concert and you see all the speakers hanging just by those wires, that's what they've been looking like. And these stories have been going on for the last couple of days of these untethered balloons just kind of floating all over the place. The one in Canada really gets me, though. Realistically, if you're out of the Metro Toronto area, what are you going to see? You're going to see nothing. Nothing but trees, tundra, maybe a moose. Okay, you're going to see a few Tim Horton signs on Highway 1 going right across the country. But it's all trees, rocks, water, flatlands, couple of moose, like I said. Okay, maybe a muskox, a polar bear, some guys curling out on some frozen lake. I mean, is that what China's really interested when it comes to Canada? Seriously. Why even do that? Why even waste your time? I mean, in the U.S., where your cities are all jammed in there, into those areas, I can see why they'd be going there. Plus, you guys got a pretty good military in the U.S. that kind of patrols the world. So I can see where they would be interested in spying on you guys. I can. But up here, there's nothing to see. There is nothing to see. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is go on one of them flight radar apps and check how, you look at the United States, there's like airplanes all over the flight radar map. If you check out the per hour or something like that. All right. But then you go to Canada and it's like, 4 planes. That's it. 4 planes. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. So here's the official story. China has acknowledged that a high altitude balloon spotted this week over Montana does in fact belong to Beijing, but it referred to the airship as a civilian device used for scientific research and such as meteorology. Yeah, apparently that comes from the U.S. Defense Department. The payload of the balloon, that is, the part under the balloon conducting the surveillance, is the size of 2 or 3 school buses, and the balloon itself is much larger, according to one U.S. official. This thing's not small. According to the statement by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the airship was affected by a westerly wind, and its ability to control its direction is limited. Yep. The statement also says that the balloon seriously deviated from the scheduled route and expressed regret that the airship strayed into the United States due to force majeure. Yep. Apparently now one of the balloons or 2 of them have been shot down. At least that's what we're hearing. They're traveling at an altitude of about 49,000 feet. They could go up to about as high as 65,000 feet. They were apparently heading towards the Sunshine Coast. Now, I don't know what's going on here with these. We're going to get more with these in our after-hours show, after our radio show. We're going to get more into that with Random Guy and Little Timmy Senor as it goes on. But nonetheless, we need to be able to figure it out here and see what is going on. I mean, do you believe they were spy balloons? I mean, in today's day and age, is it really spy balloons or is it something different? I mean, China just doesn't do anything for the sake of doing anything. They're usually pretty calculated. Even though they get caught, they're pretty good at putting the blame on something else, like swamp gas. Because it's always swamp gas. That's the truth. But they don't do anything without purpose. The Chinese are good at that. They really are. And I just see this as I think it's a test. They probably wanted to see how quickly the U.S. would react to that. You know, how long would it take before it made the news? How long would it take for President Biden, to go a little public with it? My fellow Americans. Anyways, I just think it's funny. I mean, it's almost as funny. At least this is real. There was one of these alternative media sites out there that last year that never really checks its facts. That last year was saying there was 250,000 Chinese soldiers that were lined up on the Canadian side of the border ready to invade the United States. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one when that happened. So I'm just very curious to see how this is going to play out, because at least we know these balloons are real. We know it's likely a cover up, that they are spy satellites or spy balloons or whatever. What they're trying to actually see, who knows? You think they'd be a little bit more calculated, but I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert whatsoever. So we're going to be able to see what goes on with these balloons. And yeah, I wonder if the Canadian Armed Forces are actually going to shoot down the balloon on this side of the border. I wonder if they will. Knowing the government up here, they'll probably just let it go until it runs into the Rockies. Heading from Calgary towards Vancouver, all of a sudden it's going to just have a trip over the mountains or something and crash there. Become some dogman's new domain as it gets buried in snow. That's the way I look at it. I could be wrong. We are just waiting for R Keith Andrews to reconnect with us on his computer. He's just having a reboot here on his system, but we are going to get into some extraterrestrial talk with him in just a few minutes here. But yeah, that is just incredible news and what's going on in real time. I always find it amazing. I really do. That in today's day and age of espionage, we are still using balloons. I don't get it. I don't know how you feel about it, but I just don't get it. UFO news, there's a big conference going on right now called Liminal. This conference is happening. I believe it's online. And this conference is being sponsored by our good friends at Enigma Labs. And there's a bunch of people talking there, like Avi Loeb and other speakers that are kind of going on with it. You can check it out at liminal.earth. They're out of Seattle, started by a gentleman named Garrett Kelly. And these guys here, oh no, that's Liminal Earth. That's not yeah, we've had them on the air before. Where is this conference? Anyways, let's see. What is emerging? See if this is it. But they're gathering a bunch of big name UFO people, mainly government people, to kind of talk about the idea behind what is going on. And this is another one of these sheepish conferences that nobody really knows about but is out there. This is 2 in 2 weeks. Think about this. This is 2 in 2 weeks. We have the Liminal Conference now. A week ago, previous, there was the NASA conference that was going on, where NASA invited in the branches of the military, Enigma Labs, Galileo Project, and many others to come on in and talk secretly about UFOs. It amazes me that these secret talks are going on and these secret conferences keep happening as well. I don't understand where this is coming from. I really don't. So this Limina Limina. That's why I got it wrong. Limina Inaugural Symposium. See who the sponsors are on this. Enigma Labs. No kidding. UAP Studies, UAPX, Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies, Project Hestelin, Norway, Stellar, Sky 360, UFO Data, UFO Historical Records Center, and UFO DAP. Wonder how much they each had to pay. Oh, those are exhibitors. The sponsor is Enigma Labs. So this is a conference that they're putting on. And let me see if you guys know any of these ufologists. Okay. Keynote speaker, the Flying Saucer Chronicles, Professor Greg Edgian from Penn State University. We've never heard of him. Professor Gabriel Della Torre. He is with the University of Cadiz, Spain, on psychological aspects of the phenomena. Have we ever heard of him? No. Professor Jeffrey Kripal from Rice University. We have heard of because Rice University is actually studying a lot of UFOs. Why we will never explain the UFO, the history of the apophatic mystical literature as a guide. God, you gotta love professors who use big words for no reason. Professor Tim Murthy from the University of Stellenbosch, South Africa. UAP Truth Embargo and Amnesty Provisions, because I guess Steve Bassett was busy. Towards a Philosophy of Science on Unidentified Aerospace Phenomena, Professor Babette Babich from Fordham University. Babette Babich. What a great name. A silver lining to conservatism towards ufology. Mr. Jinwoo Yu from Korea. He's the founder of the Korea UAP Research. And Professor Sung-Liu Maying from the Korean Ufological Society. Yeah. So you're an American conference on day one, but you won't bring in American ufologists. You'll bring in Korean ufologists. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Just doesn't make sense. And then Brian Sentence from Montreal's Dawson College and Professor Michael Zimmerman from the University of Colorado Boulder close with a panel, Humanities and STEM Approaches to UAP Studies and a Dialogue. We'll get to Keith here in a second. And you know what? I just want to go through this just one more time here because this is just incredible. Maybe I should be talking about Tim about this. Go to day 2. Let's go to day 2. We click on the agenda. Who's here? Professor Dr. Hakan Kayal talking about UAP research at the Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg. So looking at this, it's just literally a bunch of people who we don't know. A lot of them with very, very impressive resumes coming in and talking about UFOs. Now, this is a group that also has Mick West speaking at the conference. This guy's not an expert on video data or reconstructing object motion. He's a computer gamer. Closing panel Sunday, by the way, is all journalists. Leslie Keene, Ralph Blumenthal, Ross Coulthart, Andreas Miller, and George Knapp. Well, at least they did something right there. There we go. Let's go to R Keith Andrews. Let's see if we can bring him in here. Keith, how's your connection, my friend? It looks better. You got to turn your mic on, my friend. Your mic is on mute. We're having some audio issues here with Keith, so bear with me here. We're still not hearing you, Keith. as Keith works on that, you know, these private conferences that you can sign up for, they're going to start popping up more and more, and they are going to become more and more expensive. They really are. Ufology is becoming how can we put it? An interesting game on money, on other things that is going on. And as long as it's all controlled by one group or a handful of few, we are literally going to be wondering what is up and what is going on. I don't get it. I really don't get it. We will get to Keith tonight. I promise you that. I do promise you that. We will get to Keith. I know he wants to be here and everything. And our YouTube side, we can see how nice his mutton chops are looking. But for some reason, his microphone is not working on his computer tonight. And he's trying to talk, but he is coming through very, very quietly. Actually, we're not even hearing him, to be blunt. We're not hearing him. We aren't. But we'll try and get to that, too, with the R Keith Andrews and the ET connection. Because we do like getting to your questions here. We love it. We absolutely love getting to your questions and you guys being a big, big part of this show on a nightly basis. So that is something that we do need to do. And sometimes in live radio, you have technical difficulties, which is what we have going on right now on Keith's end. So we are going to get ready for a break here in about 2 minutes' time. And, we'll get back to some UFOs. And we'll see what's going on. I see little Timmy Senor entering his studio here. Tim, I want you to just come in here for a quick second, if you don't mind. I want to test your audio, make sure that it's not just something, maybe it's something on my end. So let's just, we're going to bring in Tim Senor here for a quick check here. Make sure everything's going on properly. Tim, can you hear us okay? I got you up on camera now. I just want to make sure that we can hear you and that you can hear us.
Yeah, I think you're coming in loud and clear there, bud.
Excellent. Yeah, we do have you here, and we're just waiting for Keith to kind of figure out his audio situation. What do you think about them Chinese balloons? We're going to get into it with Random Guy a little bit later on, but what do you think of those Chinese balloons?
Yeah, there's a lot of details coming out, both on Twitter and in the news. It's really interesting, and some of the close-ups that we've gotten on some of that onboard tech is kind of telling, as to what they're looking into. And some experts are even considering that some of that tech may be looking and scanning devices in our homes, looking for personal details, potentially looking at your search history, for example, on your phone, things that you copy and paste. Those little details are actually kept in your device and potentially could be retrieved by who knows what kind of tech. The other thing that is interesting is that all of your facial recognition technology is also kept on your device. So there's a lot of theories buzzing around.
Oh,
there he is.
Hey, Keith, we hear you.
Yeah.
I think we have us. Pushing a button
to
to finally get something to work.
Keith, it's them damn Chinese balloons flying over Kelowna, British Columbia. That's what it is. They're blocking your signal here.
Yeah, I don't know. Me and technology has never worked well. I do have a piece of potentially good news. A little computer that I've got, we're going to be swapping over tomorrow.
Good. Well, I'm going to get you guys to hold on here for just a moment because I pretty much ate up the first half hour. When we returned with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection, we're going to get into a bunch of woo here and your questions coming through all night long because we got Keith for another 90 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. Little Timmy Senor, we'll see if he wants to hang out or go back into the darkness until it's time for him to come in hour 3. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned. R Keith Andrews returns. right.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I'll duck out and see you in hour 3.
Little Timmy Senor right there. We call him the Timbit for that reason. All right, Keith. I didn't get to say hello to everybody, so I'm going to quickly run through everybody here. Hi, Big J and Obi Flat Palladium. Saberdo Cannabis, welcome to SOR Chat. He says, I don't chat much. Here to support Keith. His message is grand. Go well, all of you. Right on. Cosmic Floor, National Memorial, Dark Protocol. Nice to see you guys. Hi, Digger Dog and Monica. And let's see here. Marty Burbank, good to have you here. Susie B, nice to see you. Hi, yay. Thanks for coming on in. Mark Sanchez, how's the Hawaiian shirt for tonight? Let's see here. Hello, gorgeous Kira. I hope you're doing okay from having, what you had to go through earlier. Hope you're okay. Dear, her little kitty passed away today. Yeah, that's kind of sad news. Richard Minnick, good to see you. And let's see here. Who else is coming on in? I'm way behind, guys. I'm like 20 minutes behind here, so I'm going to speed on up. Atlantis is found. I am Pam. And Jay Burke, nice to see you. And let's see who else we have. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit, nice to have you here. And Donnie Cho, thank you for that awesome super chat. Very much appreciate your love and support of SOR, my man. And let's continue on here. Wild Amy WC, nice to see you. Jenny Girl and Deb from SAC, thank you for joining us. And let's see here. Who else we got? Kurt M. Yeah, Kurt M. Kurt M. Jason, good to have you here. And Pink Volo, nice to see you. As we scroll on down. And sorry, guys. Let's see here. Raz, nice to see you. I know you're a big Mick West fan. And Search and Destroy, thanks for coming. If I double up, I do apologize. Dirt Road, thank you for joining us. And Rock E. Shepherd, welcome to SOR Chat. Super Duke. Yeah. Oh, good to see you. Who else we have? Love V. Love, thank you for coming on in. I'm going as fast as I can. I am now 15 minutes behind. Let's see here. It's about as interesting as it gets on a night like this. Toe Tag, nice to see you. I am Pam. And let's see here. Oh, making up some time here. Grandizer, nice to see you. Miss Anonymous, thanks for coming on in. Les Paul Holland from Australia. Chris with a break in between. Teen, nice to see you. I'm going to cough here. Dennis Banky, thanks for coming on in. And Margie O, thanks for coming on in. Donnie again with another great super chat. Thank you so much, my man, for the love and support of SOR. Really do appreciate that. And let's see here. Thurston Howell III, good to see you. I am now 8 minutes behind. We're almost there. Can feel it. Patty B, thanks for joining us. Evan Walters, you're still pissing me off because I have to do this. Mennonite Abe, thank you for joining us. And Ravenous Ryan, or Raven is Ryan, whatever he goes by. I don't know. He can't make up his mind. Let's see here. By the way, oh, hi, LOL. Sovereign Farts, how you doing? Good to have you here. Fart hard, buddy. Fart hard. And let's see. Where else are we here? I am Pam. And Pete Person, thank you so much for the super chat all the way from the UK. Very much appreciate that, Pete. Thank you so much for your support. And let's see here. Where are we? James Fadekey, nice to see you. Scrolling up. I got like 30 seconds here. Can I do it? Ozzy Sue. Nice to see you, Ozzy Sue. Sarah M., welcome to SOR Chat. And let's see here. Verpine, good to see you. We're caught up. We're caught up with 30 seconds to go. Yes. Yes. Proud of myself. Joey Zed, how's it going? You are late, but we're glad you're here. Thank you to Adam, Carlito, Smithy, Nancy, Mike, Vaughn, Donnie ×2, and Pete for the super chats. Sorry about El Avni Volador last night. He was a jerk, but we got him out of here. Here we go. We passed the second half hour here of Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Got the tech issues worked out. R Keith Andrews in the ET Connection returns to the mighty SOR for the month of February as Keith comes in once a month to talk all things serious woo. Keith, glad to have you here, my man.
Glad to be here. Annoyed with the computer, but glad to be here.
Well, we're glad that you've, we were able to solve it out, and now we get to have a show with you. What have you been up to the last couple months?
Well, scrapping the medical things, fighting with the publishers and what have you. I've actually fired most of the crew that I used to have, primarily because they weren't doing anything. And other than that, fighting with the computer, trying to make it work. But I do have a small computer that I'm going to swap out tomorrow night or on Sunday night. Hopefully that will solve a lot of the connection issues.
How's the aliens doing? You still got some aliens this past month?
Oh yeah, well I had to have so to speak, have a discussion with them. More to the point, had to put my system back on track, and Terran medicine wasn't working. But the heart's been playing all kinds of havoc due to stress, so we've been trying to deal with that issue. More a mental thing, I think, than a physical one. But I mean, they're looking at the argument going down here, and going to, there's a real interesting conversation they're dealing with about this whole issue of who owns the moon. They're kind of looking at it going, okay, you want to colonize an already occupied planet, and now you want to own another already occupied planet without actually talking to the residents. This is a cute thought, but it's not likely to end well for anybody. Well, for the people living there, they're already dug in.
First question of the night comes from Sovereign. Keith, do aliens have humans under quarantine? If so, what is the way out of this time loop? Do we go towards the light or avoid it when we pass?
Well, a couple of major issues. Number one, the aliens don't have humans under quarantine, period. That'd be the first problem. Okay, are they? The only thing about Earth that they've done is that no other race can come in and take over Earth. They just are not permitted to move in and, if you will, conquer Earth. And the way they enforce that is very simple. If any one of them tries, then the consortium simply goes back to their home planet, wherever their primary government is, blows the planet up, blows the one up that's housing their secondary and tertiary governmental planets, and then cuts them out of the consortium altogether. it's a little overkill from human standpoint, but it works like a charm from theirs. Second of all, we're not in a time loop. Okay, what humans are facing is they're doing exactly the same thing they've done so many times in the past and not paying attention to the outcome. Okay, I was talking to a friend of mine. We are going through the same things now we did, according to him, back in the 80s. But I'm seeing the same thing from back in the Roman Empire. Mankind is simply repeating the same stupid moves it did in the first place. Only the first time they did it was what we call true ignorance. They didn't actually know any better, no record to say it wouldn't work. Now they're just repeating the same silly maneuvers. As for do we go towards the light or avoid it, personally I'd recommend going towards it. Primarily because otherwise you end up digging yourself into a real karmic holding pattern. Because you cannot move forward until you let go of the past.
Very true. Very true. Let's get to another question here. This one from Raz. The Galactic Federation still won't let us in, Keith?
Absolutely not. Until mankind sees humans around the world as equal individuals, and until they see each other as a unified race. And that doesn't mean saying, the Congo are as technologically advanced as the people in Europe or as the people in Canada or the States. Okay, it's just to say they are people. Okay, and understand a world government does not mean a dictatorship. And humans have to get that through their head as well. Because if from their standpoint, people living in the far north do not understand the complications that people living in a rainforest go through. Okay, for that matter, people living on the prairies don't understand life in an actual desert. But mankind has to get to that point before they'll even start to open the door, as far as that goes. Every one of the member races right now has a world government. But do understand the world government boils down to something along the lines of the UN, where you've got representatives from the various different countries and various different regions working together with a spokesman in governmental terms to make sure that everybody gets paid. But that would be the biggest holdup.
Let's see here. Let's go to Sovereign here. Will aliens ever allow us to create free energy tech for mass use, or will it forever be only allowed for individual use?
They're not stopping it. Your illustrious governments and technical and global technological people are the ones holding it back. And that's being held back by nothing more than greed. So the answer is, yeah, they'll let you go and they'll let you do it now. From what I gather, mankind has finally got a fusion reactor up and running, but it's a tiny thing.
Okay. Ready for another one?
Absolutely.
Well, let's go. Ian over in the UK. Can we beat facial recognition when we're being probed? Oh, my.
It's an interesting idea, Ian. But if you can't beat it, which they can't beat it yet, when you're not being probed, while you're being probed, it's going to be a little bit more complicated because your concentration is going to be.
Excellent. All right. We got some cool questions coming up for you, Keith. The Mac Geek wants to know, where does the Galactic Consortium meet when they need to discuss issues?
They actually have a city ship in the area. But depending on what's going on, in a pinch, they'll do it right on their main ship. They'll do it right in the conference hall there. Nice part about it is much like you've seen on some of the movies that have come out. Last one being Endgame with the Avengers. They literally will use a holographic presence, so they don't have to come from all the different sectors of the of their known universe.
Okay,
so I mean,
let's
the
move
war
on.
room is the easiest one. Absolutely.
Right. Let's go to Derek. Why does the Galactic Federation let the reptilians control a lot of what happens on our planet?
They don't. The reptilians are controlling it. I mean, way too many people are pointing to the stars. And I swear, this whole misunderstanding comes from the movie V. But the reptilians are not the ones controlling the planet. If the reptilians were the ones controlling the planet, just for a real current issue, this whole fiasco with Donald Trump that's going on wouldn't be a fiasco. He'd have been asked to step down. He'd have argued the point. They'd have killed him. That would have been the solution. This is one of the dead giveaways, and the war that's going on over in Europe would have been terminated in very distinct form. These are just a couple of the obvious examples from my standpoint that the reptilians are not the ones in control. The additional question that's likely to come up is no member of the royal family, no member of any no member or no CEO is more to the point, of any member corporation, of any corporation on Earth is run by an off-worlder of any race. They're not permitted to. So we can safely say the fiasco that's taking place on Earth right now, mankind's doing a wonderful job of messing it up. Or keeping it messed up, I'm not sure which.
Let's continue on here. And let's go to Evan. Give me a break, Keith. You can't trust them even at a national state level. How can the governments be trusted to run the whole planet? They can't be trusted to do that, nor should they be.
That's probably the wrong question to ask me. Quite frankly. The reality is go ahead.
Do you want to answer it? Because I don't want to get political here. And we're not going to get political on this show.
And that, I would recommend that particular question. He'll have to figure out.
All right. Let's if you have political questions for Keith, you take them and you message him privately. We're a non-political show here when it comes to stuff like this. So let's move on. Let's go to Sovereign. Are twins actually unacclaimed clones from the womb? An alien error that reveals their cloning programs? Oh my God! Hold on. Where did you come up with this one? Go ahead.
Negative. Twins are a natural evolutionary process of the reproductive system, the human genome.
Thank you.
I mean, in a nutshell, that's the answer on that end. Because I somehow don't think you want to go into the genetic explanation as to how that all works.
Let's move on. Eric wants to know, can they, as in I believe the consortium, not intervene to the point that they can break the hold of the cabal?
The cabal can be broken, the hold of the cabal, and the answer is no, they cannot. That is a construct of human design. And therefore, if you think about it, let's assume that there are 10,000 members of the actual cabal. There are over 8 billion people. Okay. Therefore, when humans start actually communicating with each other on an equal basis, the whole of the cabal will collapse. Right now, the cabal is given its strength by the rest of the planet, and the consortium do not have the authority to step in and break the evolutionary, the xeno-socioeconomic evolution of the planet. As a matter of fact, they're frankly forbidden.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to Mennonite Abe. Are there any countries on Earth ruled by aliens?
Technically, the answer, they are alien countries, and they're on the inside. They're either alien or ancient race countries on the inside of Earth. Of the known, I think there's something like 160 different races, different countries on the surface of the Earth that are mankind, none of which even have leading people of an alien origin in them.
Okay. As far as you want to go on that one?
Well, like you said, we don't really want to get into the political side of it. The reality is, if the aliens were running Earth, okay, we would not have literally the famine, the crime, the crime again, and the wars between governments. They just wouldn't exist. The Methodists and even the homelessness would be a thing of the past. And that would happen overnight. But you guys wouldn't like the way that they solved the problem.
Let's go to Mennonite Abe. Are there any... Oh, I already said that one. My goodness, I'm way behind here. Let's go to Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. Keith, is it true that the Sasquatch people are members of the Galactic Federation, but we are not advanced enough yet ourselves?
Number one, no. However, the Wara, which look very similar to the Sasquatch, are members of the Galactic Consortium. Okay. But no, the Sasquatch itself are not members. They are simply denizens of Earth. And yeah, we've had that debate before. But no, they are not members of the Consortium.
Another question here. Let us go to our good friend here. Where are we? Our good friend here, the Michael Leger from Vancouver Island. Aliens, they are no longer helping us, right?
Not entirely. They're helping individuals. They gave up trying to guide the governments and the corporations, because the contracts that they did have from years back have all been broken by humans. However, the off-worlders are still reaching out to individuals. But in answer to the question that goes with that, there's a number of people claiming that they are in constant contact with these people, but they're also, at the same time, they're saying, they're talking about war and how the aliens are going to invade. That's not even on the table. It's not even in the room. So the off-worlders are still striving to help people, but they're to help mankind, but they're doing it by targeting individuals. And when I say targeting, I do not mean abducting. Okay, I mean consulting with or conversing with what you would call a contactee.
All right, let's continue on. Let's go to Amy. What are your thoughts on stuff that's happening off the coast of Bimini?
I know what Bimini is. I don't know what's going on over there right now, but I will tell you this. They're looking at that from the standpoint of it being the lost ruins of Atlantis. And that's only partially accurate. It is, Atlantis sit there, but Atlantis didn't sink. If you take a look at the fall lines on the ruins underneath the Bimini Ocean there, you'll notice a staggering similarity between the fall lines of the pillars and the fall lines of a shuttle launch, of the towers from a shuttle launch. See, when Atlantis left, it left the anchor points behind. And yes, there are satellite places, in various parts around the world that were of Atlantean origin. Okay, but of course, when Atlantis took off, kind of wiped out the support lines.
All right, let's move on here, Keith, because we got about 4 minutes before we got to go to break. Let's go to Eric. Is it against the rules of the consortium to help us break the grip of the cabal that is suppressing the advancement of our species?
The answer is no. Okay. Well, correction. Let me read that again here. Is it against the rules? The consortium cannot step in and stop mankind from destroying itself. Or from holding itself back. They are not permitted to step in and go, no, you can't be doing that. You've got to step down. This is a human evolutionary standpoint, a social evolutionary standpoint that humans have to band together and bring an end to. But we have to realize that the reason there are so many people that are listed as a part of the cabal, they're part of the elite, is because the rest of the humans, or the majority of them, are looking at these people going, they are so much better than I am, therefore they're elite. Or therefore they're a member of the cabal and they've got way more power than I've got. People have to wake up and realize you've got the same power that the elites have, that the so-called elites members of the cabal have. What you don't have is a conviction in your own heart that you've got power. And you probably don't have the money that they've got.
Mm-hmm.
But,
makes sense.
Let's
go to Raz. Let's try and get in as many questions as we can here, Keith. Let's go to Raz. Did you know that Dave is secretly El Ovni Volador? No, Dave is not El Ovni Volador. This is a sick and vicious rumor that is going around that El Ovni Volador and myself are the same person. No, they are not. And let's quash those rumors right now. Let's go to Carlito. Hi, Keith. What can we learn from the aliens to better ourselves? We got just over 90 seconds.
Number one, that no matter who you choose to worship, no matter what color you are, who you crawl into bed with, who you vote for, all of that doesn't matter. You're all on equal footing and you're all of equal value. That is the biggest thing we can learn from the off-worlders. And that all the different compartmentalized people of the planet can actually get along if they will choose to communicate instead of blaming everybody else. Which
where's the fun in that?
Been taught to.
Where's the fun in that?
Well, I could ask the same thing about the Black Plague. That was a hoot from my end. The Black Death. I made a lot of money that lifetime. Yes, I was a bit twisted. That seems to carry on.
Uh-huh. All right, let us try and sneak one more in. We got about 40 seconds here. Let's go to John Swan. Is there any race that compares to the Klingons from Star Trek?
Oh, and quite frankly, yes. There's one race that's very similar to them, except their pain threshold's off the deck, and that would be the Vegans. The Moldocs are another race that are very similar in temperament to the Klingons. Now, before anybody asks, no, I do not speak Klingonese. But the closest race, temperamentally wise, would be the Moldoc.
All right, buddy. I appreciate that. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection continues with audience questions coming into hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio. Keith joins us near the beginning of each month to take us on a wild ride on the Woo train of all things extraterrestrial. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to like it, but you can have fun with it. R Keith Andrews, and the ET Connection continues right after this. All right, Keith, I'm going to just let you say hello to a few people here, and then try and keep the questions to a minimum so that way I can mark them when I get back, okay?
Yeah, I'll leave the question that are showing up in caps.
Yeah.
I'll leave alone completely.
Be right back.
Absolutely. Well, guys, my apologies. I am still having computer problems. However, I've got a small computer that I will be putting online on Sunday night. My son is going to actually install it for me. So hopefully that will correct part of the problem. But this one is frankly dying. I really appreciate the people, the support here, guys. I wish I could tell you the technology was going to work right, but, we're pretty much hooped on that. But, the one thing, the one topic that I won't deal with here, we avoid just before anybody gets carried away with it. We do avoid the political side of things primarily because from my standpoint, I don't understand human politics at all. Okay. I mean, I understand it, but it's completely a botch job in a lot of ways. But just put it in perspective, because there are so many people that are coming out and going, oh, the aliens are controlling this country. They're controlling that corporation. No, they're not. So here's a crash course in how the aliens would solve the economic problems that we have here. And like the cabal was brought up, one of the easiest ways for them to wipe out the problem, if they were asked to do so or permitted to do so, is they would take a look through all of the documents that are here and all the chatter that's going on. And though they wouldn't do extreme research and look for little loopholes, they would simply go, okay, they go to the individual and go, you've been accused of being a member of the cabal. Okay, and we've got proof of it, therefore you're dead. Actually, in all fairness, they wouldn't tell them. But if it's a question, they would go to the person and say, okay, you're an alien sitting in a CEO's position or in the operating seat of a government. You're going to step down now. And if they even say one word about arguing it, they will get terminated right there in front of everybody. These are just the ways of solving the political problems. The legal system would be streamlined to the extreme. In a nutshell, the mess that's going on in the States and the one in Europe right now where the war is taking place, the war would be ended from orbit. Nobody would even see it happen. It would not be a question of let's take out the Russians or let's take out the Ukrainians. It would be let's wipe that area clear. We'll take out the entire superstructure and build over it. Okay. The issue in a simple method, the issue of death row, they clean the deck on it. They would simply walk into the prisons and wipe out everybody on death row. They wouldn't bother having hearings. They would simply go in and wipe them out. This is the kind of thing that people are saying the aliens are running. They're running the world. They're running the countries. They're running corporations. And then this is just the way that they, across the consortium, wipe out that kind of conflict. Okay. So the off-worlders have a very simple doctrine. Humans are the caretakers of Earth. And as long as whatever humans are doing is not directly threatening Earth, might threaten the people, but if it's not threatening Earth, they'll let it happen. If it's going to threaten Earth herself, they will shut it down, like they did with the missile crisis, when they shut all the nuclear missiles down. No, hate to tell you this, world, but the Dracos are not running the corporations. They'd love to, if they were permitted, because they should be running everything. But no, there is not a single race or a group of races that are running Earth. Not even functioning remotely.
All right, Keith, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. I'm just going to catch up here on some questions here and say hello to everybody who hopped on in. New listener from Sweden, Michael Engdahl. Call him Christopher. Yeah, he's wearing Michael Samuelson's old number 26 starting on left wing tonight from Luleå, Sweden. Yes, we love it. We love our Swedes around here. Well, let's see who else has jumped in here. Another question. Questions. You're looking good, Keith, by the way. Your pork chop sideburns are looking fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Not planning on removing him anytime soon.
Oh, good. We don't want you to. Will we see you in Vegas?
Unless a miracle happens, I'd be inclined to say probably not.
Oh, that's too bad.
I still desire to make it there. Problem is, not only am I now unemployed, but they turned down my EI claim as well.
Yeah, well, you'll get that figured out. All right, guys, thank you to our super chatters tonight. Very much appreciate Adam, Vaughn, Donnie times 2, Pete, Amy, Mike, Nancy, and Smithy and Carlito. Here we go with hour 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Live, APNL, and TalkStream Live. Yeah. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Takutelic. Takutelic is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. And your questions as we fire them on up here, Keith. And we are going to get going right off the bat with Nikki here. She says, Keith, good evening. How many different races of ETs work with governments that you know of, and which races are they?
Well, I do know that the Srazazians and the Chitawari, the Srazazians, the Chitawari, the Greys, and the Nordics are involved with different governments around the world. Am I going to turn around and tell you exactly who's got who? That's a good way to get hung out to dry. No. But I will tell you, there are races that are involved with every one of the major corporations, or with major corporations, with every one of the primary governments and some of the smaller governments. You know, the Chitawari, for instance, aren't dealing with a major government. They're dealing with the tribes, you know, and the smaller communities. But the Chitawari aren't actually an alien race. They're actually a ancient race. So I'd be inclined to say you're probably looking at 15, 20 different races. But understand very clearly, none of them are authorized to trade, to trade weapon secrets or to work as spies in other countries. Okay, they are permitted only to help with medical where possible and or communication lines. Okay, they do not have control of any of the major factions.
All right, let's continue on here, my friend. Let's go to Sovereign. Is the solar flash reset just an excuse to wipe out evidence of alien crimes against humanity?
First of all, aliens, according to both aliens and humans, aren't committing any crimes any more than humans are committing crimes against the feline race or the whales by tagging them and taking blood samples. Okay, we got to understand that the off-worlders see humans on the whole barely above the level of a capuchin monkey. Okay, except with a lot more curiosity and technological potential.
What does that mean?
As for the solar flare being a reset, that's something that if it happens, will put mankind back in the Stone Age.
Well, that's nice. That's very nice. We don't need that. We really don't need that. Let's go to James here. Keith, where do the Hukua's owl race live?
Well, number one, certainly not here. The Uka, actually, I can't give you the planet's name. I don't know modern astronomy. I can tell you they come from 2 wormholes away. Okay. The first wormhole they hit just outside the orbit of Pluto on the galactic center side of the solar system.
Perfect.
Now, where
Let's
the
go to
second
Raz.
one jumps to, quite. Go
Finish
ahead.
up. Finish up.
You know, where they go to from the first one, I'm not entirely certain. But again, astronomy is, even with them, astronomy is not a solid suit of mind.
Let's go to Raz. We must learn to love one another. UFO flower power coming, Keith?
Mankind is slowly figuring it out. So no, they're not going to come down and go, oh, let's all be nice to each other. You know, they do encourage it. And this is where the communication with some of the contactees that are not talking about the world being wiped out, okay, are coming in. You know, that's to use.
All right, let's continue on here, my man. Let's go to Derek.
But are we looking? Absolutely.
Keith, you're breaking up quite a bit again. So let's there you go. You seem to have hopped back here. Let's go to Derek here. What alien race operates the Tic Tac UFOs, and which one the cubed craft? And Keith is frozen up once again. So we'll just take him out here. All of these alien questions. I wish I could. Let's see if he's back here. Keith, are you back? You seem to be moving now. Can you hear us okay? Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's try and...
Your volume keeps cutting out.
Yeah, it's on your side, Keith. We have a good signal here going, and
Hello.
It seems to be kind of pushing here on your end. All right, Keith, you're going to have to reboot your computer again and try and get through that. We'll try and get Keith back here momentarily here on Spaced Out Radio. And, one of the things, I'll try and boot through some of these questions as well, because I kind of know some of these questions' answers. And let's continue on here. Let's go to Marty, who is asking about the Zetas and Greys, actually Earth's humans, us from the future. Believe it or not, there are actually many people, even within the the Pentagon who believe that that might be the case. And it's really, really weird because, I mean, it's hard to believe that potentially they could be time travelers from the future. But that is one of the theories that is given within the UFO community. And this is something that is being studied. Lou Elizondo has been one who says we're not sure who or where they are from. And they could potentially be time travelers from the future, trying to get DNA to help recreate humanity. Because, I mean, let's face it, we are ever evolving. We really are ever evolving. So we're not sure really what's going on. Amy is asking, are aliens, despite their straight face, laughing inside? I don't think the Greys really have a sense of humor. I hate to put it that way. I don't want to put it on a negative tone because, you know, some Greys just seem to do their thing. They really do seem to just do their thing and kind of go from there. I mean, they don't seem to have any feelings. They don't seem to have any emotion when they take people. So it's hard to really instill whether or not they are truly here for fun or they are just here for, you know, kind of pushing the limits of what they need to do as little, you know, inhumane scientists who will do whatever it takes in order to get the job done, so to speak. So I'm not sure whether or not that actually answers your question, but I don't see the aliens having much of a sense of humor, especially the Greys. They just seem a little too stoic and a little too, I don't know, yuppity, shall we say. Yuppity. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what other questions I might be able to answer for you. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, Stacy Dean. Does Keith know what the swirl is over Hawaii? Stacy, from what I have been able to find out about that, and Tim Senor actually did a story about this just a couple of days ago on the UFO report, that swirl was actually produced by a SpaceX rocket. And it has happened many times previous. It is nothing alien, unfortunately. We wish that it was, because we do love our aliens around here. And I'd never really seen that before. But you know what? Sometimes when rockets go up, you get to see some pretty cool things. And if you've never seen a rocket flying through space, honestly, it is pretty incredible. A couple of years ago, believe it or not, myself, my buddy Mark and my buddy Mike, we were out on a Sasquatch hunt sitting on top of one of the mountains out where I live on Mount Timothy. And literally there was no light pollution whatsoever at all that night, not a cloud in the sky. And we looked to the southeast, and lo and behold, there was a SpaceX rocket that was breaking through the atmosphere. And it was like right out of a cartoon or a drawing, where the tip of the nose had the big white surge of, you know, going out from it. And then the tail had the bright white tail coming from the back of the rocket engine. It was pretty incredible. So I've never seen that before. Who knows if I'll ever get to see that again. But, you know, when SpaceX sends those rockets up, follow the trajectory, because if it comes over your house, you might be able to see something really, really cool. But yes, that was SpaceX and not anything alien, unfortunately. All right. No, the China balloons are not space junk. They are big. They are big. They look like a big white-headed zit that needs to be popped up in the sky. But nonetheless, they do have to have some work done on them. That's for sure. I see little Timmy Senor sitting here for a minute. I might bring him in here for a couple of seconds. Little Timmy Senor from the UFO report. You're in a little bit early. You're in and out of the studio tonight, my man.
Yep, I was getting the kids some snacks a little bit earlier, but they're kicking it, so I can spend a little time with you guys.
What kind of snacks?
So I have these really good Johnsonville cheese sausages, and my My son was craving one of those, so I whipped one of those up with some of the big Cheez-Its, like the big ones on the side, and some OJ and these little mini cupcakes. So that's what my son got. And then my daughter, of course, wanted something different. So I made her a tuna sandwich because that's what she's into right now. Orange juice, and she got some crackers on the side there. Those big Cheez-Its. I just love those.
You know what? I had Indian food tonight for dinner.
You had what?
Indian food?
Oh, that's like my favorite. I
Yeah,
cook
like
pretty often.
butter chicken and
Oh yeah.
rice,
Mm.
and garlic naan bread, and it's just killing me right now.
Oh,
Killing me right now. I have the worst heartburn going on right now. I'm already like 2 giant Tums. I don't even know what they call them because they're not pills. But you got to chew them up, and it feels like drywall going down your throat.
you're such a rookie.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You and your butter chicken. When we do it like spicy around here, if I don't add spice to every Indian dish around here, my kids send it back. They're so like,
Come to my house. Come to my house and check out my hot sauce collection.
oh, okay, that's a different kind of hot sauce. You might kill me there.
Yeah.
But
don't try
I
and
can
get
do the
tough with me
Indian
there,
style hot.
Timbits. Don't try and get tough with me there, Timbits,
do
because
you have a wall of hot sauce?
yes,
That's amazing.
I've got about 18 bottles opened in my fridge right now. And I've got about another 9 or 10 bottles that I haven't even opened yet.
That's amazing. You're a connoisseur. That's so cool. Do you like a hot wing guy? I mean, obviously we've had hot wings together. I know you love hot wings. Is that how you do it, or do you just put it on everything like eggs and stuff?
Depends on what it is.
Okay.
I don't mind putting hot sauce on anything. And we're not talking Frank's, okay? That's child's play.
Right.
All right. That's just child's play. But no, I do put hot sauce on pretty much every meal. And the problem is I got to be careful too, because I suffer from diverticulitis.
Oh yeah. It's rough.
And that isn't too good for my stomach and other areas.
Can irritate. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to be careful. Like when I get into the real hot stuff that I have, like the ghost pepper type stuff, Carolina Reaper type stuff.
Whoa,
I think the hottest hot sauce I have in my fridge right now is about 1.5 million Scoville units. Yeah.
You're a madman.
Yeah. So I mean, you gotta be,
Wow. Okay, that's
be
on
the
another
right deal.
level. That's another level of hot. That's not Indian food level. That's other level stuff.
Let's go to the Michael Leger here. Dave, if you filmed the aliens you saw, would people believe you? Absolutely not. That is why I am not somebody who believes in filming and video. If you got the $1 million video, keep it for yourself and never cash it in. Never cash it in. Why? People say, well, why not? Why not? And my answer to that is actually quite simple. If the next 50 years you want your children, your grandchildren, your family to be harassed, thrown death threats, and you run through the mill, especially in this social media atmosphere, like the Bledsoes, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth the stress, the heartache, being called a liar every day that you made it up, even though you didn't. And, I feel sorry for people like that.
Poor Mr. Gimlin. And, he's lived with a life of having to explain his Bigfoot video to people over and over and over.
Well, the thing is, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Okay? If you release the video, people are going to tell you it's a fake, even though it's not. And then you're going to get so frustrated at some point, a couple of years later, you're going to say, yeah, okay, fine. It's fake. Just leave me alone. And then everybody's going to go, aha, caught ya. It's fake. You mentioned it's fake. You lied. You're a liar. and they don't let up. They
Right.
don't let up.
And that's why Travis is such a hero, because he hasn't changed his story and he's been so steadfast about remaining in the public view, even though he's, I'm sure, met with tons of scorn. But
Oh, yeah.
he's managed to stay out in the public view and represented his case. I think that takes a lot of guts to do.
Let's bring in R Keith Andrews again. How you doing, Keith?
Well, annoyed with the computer, but I unplugged everything I can.
There you go.
So
There you. I think your computer may need a defragging or something.
it
Remember
needs
the old
replacement.
defrag? Or that too. That too. All right, let's continue on. You can hang out if you want, little Timmy Senor. Let's go to Sovereign here, who is asking you, Keith, as we got about 4 minutes left. There is talk about humans being transported to another world after the supposed reset solar flash. If you know about this, please elaborate.
Number one, there's no plans in relocating Earth, in relocating any of the peoples of Earth to another location except by humans. But the off-worlders aren't looking at moving at all, at moving the peoples at all. If the solar flare happens at that magnitude and doesn't wipe out the human race, humans will still be left as the caretakers of Earth. But they'll have to start over again in the Stone Age.
Gotcha.
No,
All right, let's move on here, Keith, because we got a bunch here to get through. Let's go to Nancy here, who is asking, are contactees protected by extraterrestrials?
Honestly, if you mean are they stopping they are from the standpoint of once a contactee has an established connection with a given group, then all others leave them alone. Otherwise it interferes with the research. But as far as our contactees protected from humans, not at all.
All right. The unknown would like to know, do you know if Eisenhower's treaty with extraterrestrials really happened?
Depends on which treaty. Okay. The theory I've heard is that they made a treaty for the exchange of some humans in order for technologies and what have you. The answer to that is, from everything I'm aware of, no. Okay, was there supposed to be a technological and information exchange and cultural exchange? Absolutely. But it was not to be done at the expense of the individual.
Right on. Right on. Okay, let's move on here, Keith. And let's get to Derek. What alien race controls the Tic Tac UFOs and which alien race controls the Cube UFOs?
You know, that answer is somewhere locked in my research. And I'm trying to remember. I honestly don't recall right offhand. I do know I've got it written down somewhere. And that one is one of those things that once I get the computer working, I will pull it apart until I find it. I think it's listed in volume 2 that I came across it, but it may not have been transferred yet. It's a problem.
Okay, let's continue on. Let us go over to Sovereign. We got 1 minute left, Keith. Is it true that all governments have never been human run this entire time, but alien run by aliens in human suits, shapeshifters?
That is absolutely, in my opinion, and from all my knowledge, that is absolutely 100% bogus. Off-worlders, ancient races, none of them run government. Humans are the ones screwing it up. And they're doing quite a good job of it.
Yeah, we're pretty good at that. We are pretty good at that. All right, let's continue on here, my friend. And let us go to, you know what? We only got about 20 seconds left. So let's just hold off on that because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. We are battling a little bit of technical issues tonight, but that's okay. We're still going to run through a bunch of questions that we have for Keith here coming on up here as we got Keith for another half hour on Spaced Out Radio before we bring in the Swamp Dweller, then bring in little Timmy Senor, And then if you're watching live on YouTube and Twitch, after that, we will go to an after hours with Tim and Random Guy talking about the Chinese balloons, UFOs, and more. Man, we got lots of show left. We really do appreciate it. We'll be right back with more Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear.
Okie doke.
Look at Scowling Greg O'Brien picking up the hat trick of Super Chats. You don't get much more scowling than that photo right there.
Oh, sure you do. You just have to make him mad. This is a smile.
Yeah. Scowling Greg O'Brien will be putting his scowl into the public persona at the Spaced Out Radio Vegas party. So will little Timmy Senor. He'll be hanging out there.
I can vouch for that frown of his. I was there for that photo. that little photo right there. I was there for that. And yeah.
For
out in the
this one
desert.
right here.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here.
That's out in some scrub. The RV
What's
is
this, all that
somewhere in the
pinging?
Background.
Who is pinging right now?
That's
My cell phone.
Okay. Greggy.
Mm-hmm.
The Greggles.
Look at Stargazer here. I sub first 5 minutes of listening. Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you kindly. Aussie Gold, how you doing? How's tomorrow looking for us, Aussie Gold? You know, I've got a bottle of Ghost pepper hot sauce that is sealed by wax, and I still haven't opened it. I'm scared to open that one.
Yeah, that one's going to burn your lungs out in a hurry.
Oh, yeah. I've got a packet of 8 Carolina Reaper peppers sitting in my... So in case I decided I wanted to make my own, I would put those in there. Henry Plotch, welcome to SOR Chat. What is going on with the Chinese balloons? It sounds like a cover story. We're going to find out from Random Guy after the radio side of the show is over. And so stick around. It'll be probably in an hour and a half. Everybody's like, hour and a half? Holy gosh, darn it. How am I supposed to stay up till then? You can do it. You can
I'm
do
covering it.
Mr. Cowley. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome back to the show. Dun, dun. Oh, Mr. Cowley. Dun, dun, dun. Loves his Spaced Out Radio. Hey, little Jimmy Goodall is here. There he is. Apparently they did shoot the 2 down, 1 or 2 of them down already. Yep.
Yeah, if they're shooting down, they're probably asking if they're friendly after the open fire.
Yeah, the Canadian one, the balloon in Canada, well, it's staring in the middle of nothing right now. Oh, little Jimmy Goodall, the legend, will be in Las Vegas. Oh, yeah. Along with Michael Schratt, who will be our guest a week from now. And, yep.
It ain't just any old weather balloon, though.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. And just for the record, to let everybody know, I put up the video, or I didn't. El Avni Volador put up his video on challenging the Navajo Warrior on Instagram, and the Navajo Warrior has yet to respond, nor his wife, Crazy Hot Morgan. Okay. So, I don't know. El Avni Volador doesn't sing. You know, I'm getting really upset with the audience here. By the way, we have 293 people watching right now. That is incredible. Hello, everybody. Keith, this may be a record for you tonight.
It is on a lot of fronts.
Yeah. Hi, Sarah Yan. How are you? And no, I didn't say Siri. Yeah, it's kind of cool. 297. Let's see if we can get 200 thumbs up tonight, if you don't mind. 298. Come on, we're pushing to 300 here. We need 2 more. I want to see Keith get 300 tonight. I do. 298 is just so close. Thank you to our super chatters: Adam, Carlito, Smithy, Nancy, Mike, Vaughn, Donnie ×2, Pete, Amy, Steven, Scowling, Greg O'Brien with the hat trick, and Derek. Thank you so much for the love. We really do appreciate the continued support. Damn it, we're down to 296. Come on, let's push it over here. Appreciate it. Thanks, Greg, for the super chat as well. And we'll get it going here. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading the news wire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We really do appreciate R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection coming on in and joining us. Little Timmy Senor. We call him the Timbit around here. You can get your questions in too. But we're going to continue with audience questions right about now for Mr. Keith. And let's go to Super Crazy Movie Geek. Keith, do you think humans have already visited an ET planet as guests?
Yes, but not a political entourage. Individuals have, but governments have not been brought out to the best of my knowledge, have not been brought to any of the other planets, save for the moon, which isn't exactly a planet, by the way, but it is kind of occupied.
Yes, we know other people who believe that there might be people on the moon. I think the moon is a lot more popular than what we think.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I really, really do. And let's move on here to Robo. Any recorded encounters between humans and aliens where the human uses fisticuffs to thwart the abduction?
The answer is yes. I've known of a few of them that did. Okay, where it did actually work. It depends on the race you're being abducted by. The Greys you can do it with. Right. You're trying to physically take on some of the other races? Not a prayer, but it has happened.
It's just that interesting. Just that interesting. All right, let's move on. Let's go to Sovereign. Why do aliens constantly censor, suppress, wipe out memories, libraries, all info regarding the larger alien agenda?
Well, we start off with the censor and suppress and wipe out memories. They don't actually wipe them out. They bury them. And the reason for that is to try and leave the humans working with, yes, a question, but they try and leave them working with a relatively unobstructed life. As far as the Library of Alexandria, that was not the aliens doing. That was mankind's doing. Okay. So as far as the larger alien agenda, their large alien agenda is no real critical secret. They want to understand the xenosocioeconomic evolution of the human genome at this point in time, because mankind has once again reached that area and that point where they're either going to blow themselves back to the Stone Age or they're going to get on with life. But it's up to you guys whether or not they do.
Sure. All right, Keith, let's move on here. And let's go to Deb. I have it on good authority that the Pleiadians are the race of music and humor. Is this true?
Well, humor, I'm not a good example of humor, but Pleiadians are not as advanced in the music side as what the Venusians are. But that being said, are they good at the music side of it? Yes, because of the fact they use it as a part of the healing side.
All right, let's move on here, my friend. And let's go to Nikki. Odd question, Keith. I remember a certain planet that starts with an M. I've been there. He knows what the planet is. On the other side of the moon with a cloaking device. Does it really have the ability to cloak?
Number one, I presume that Angels is referring to Mobius. And no, it does not cloak. It's also not technically on the other side of the moon. It's on the other side of the sun. And it's not that it cloaks, it's that you just literally cannot physically see it from Earth, ever. Because it's in a geosynchronous balance point orbit with Earth on the exact same speed of orbit.
Okay, let's continue on here. Let's go over to Sovereign. Is it true that all governments have never been human? Actually, we asked that question already. Let's get to another one from him. Is there a way to faster unzip all of the memory data from our cells instead of waiting lifetimes for it to unfold?
Technically, the answer is yes. But the cataclysmic system failure that you're likely to go through from a mental standpoint may create some complications. It's kind of like taking all the water behind the Hoover Dam and trying to push it through a water hose. May not result in the best outcome.
Gotcha. Let's go to 1971. Marduk. What does Keith know of intelligent plasma?
Well, there is the race of the Korlock are a race that's similar to that. They're more like a intelligent amoeba. And then you have the Magmar, which aren't actually an alien race. They are simply an alien, and they're not plasma anyway. They're magma. But there is a race, and no, I don't have a name for you just yet, but I am adding it to the files in book 2, in volume 2.
All right. Let us go to Vaughn. Keith, did the Eben exchange happen?
Somebody's going to have to bring me up to speed on what the Eben exchange was.
I have no idea. No idea. All right, let us continue on here. And let's go to Aussie Gold, who is asking, Keith, have you seen the Archaics channel? Any thoughts on simulation theory?
First and foremost, the answer is no. But as far as simulation theory goes, presumably Aussie Gold is referring to the theory that we're living in a Matrix-style environment. And if that's the case, that's a wonderful theory, and it's great for the movies, but it's not what we're living in. Not from anything I've ever seen.
All right, W. David Page is asking, did any of the Apollo missions actually make it to the moon?
As far as I'm aware, all except one. And I can't remember which one it was that they had problems on the launch pad and couldn't get it off the ground. You, Dave, would actually be far more adept at that. Or far more.
You know what? I believe they have gone to the moon many times, and
they're still going.
They've been going to the moon for years. That's something we will ask Random Guy in the after hours part of tonight's show. That will be just on our YouTube channel. So stick around for that, and we will hit Random Guy up for that. So remind me of that, Tim, about the Apollo and the balloons. All right, let's get to another question for you here, Keith. And this one comes from, let's see, Ray Finn. Has the recent event of Earth's core stopping and reversing affected the inner Earth's people?
Absolutely. Like everybody, because we're talking about a planetary event, it does have impact. Now, fortunately, they know how to deal with it better than humans do. Basically what you're looking at there is a natural evolutionary setup.
All right. Scowling Greg O'Brien would like to know, Mr. Keith, why are we here?
We are literally here to remember who we are, to find all the bits and pieces of our actual memories. And I'm talking soul memories. But it's by experiencing the physical world with limited senses in order to gain a more intense understanding of it. And this is just a way of drawing the memories back to the surface.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Keith. And let's continue on here. Let's go to Raz. If we make contact individually, can these humans help speed up full disclosure?
Well, it depends on your definition of full disclosure. Okay. Sadly, what I'm finding is that even amongst the UFO community, if you go to many of the people that claim to work in this field and go, I think I may have been abducted, they are still, even amongst the UFO community, I witness them still getting ridiculed by people in that field. So people are afraid of actually accepting the fact that we're not on our own.
Excellent answer. All right, Keith, let's move on here. And let's go to Brendan H7, first time in our chat room tonight. Thank you, Brendan. Do alien races actually communicate through channeling?
By what humans call channeling, technically the answer would be yes. Some of them are telepathic. Most of them speak normally. Okay, and that's where, and some of you know of this pocket of the consortium, also known as Radio Command. They are the communication specialists that link everybody together. And rest assured, what we call the internet has nothing on their system.
I Press 2, also new to our chat room, welcome. Keith, have the world societies been constructed purposely to suppress the full human experience? And how do we break away and Macedo evolve ourselves?
Well, number one, the societies were constructed by people quite seriously, and this is going to cause a problem, by humans that did not desire other humans to have the freedom. Now, that being said, that is a human construct. Can we break away from it? Absolutely. Stop following people that are telling you the world's going to end in X number of days, and I'm the only one you can talk to avoid it. Start dealing with each other as equals. In other words, do unto others as you desire them to do unto you, and you can stop the degradation of the societal envelope. But that's your guys' choice.
Sounds right. Sounds right. Let's go to Sovereign here. What is this supposed 7-year shift from 2018 to 2025 about?
I'm guessing I'd have to do the numerological breakdown, but they from what I'm looking at, it is a number that somebody decided to go, this is a great way to look at it. We've got a major shift giving people a sense of hope. The problem is that people have to act on said hope to make this shift. But is there anything numerologically speaking or astrologically speaking that I'm aware of, much less from the off-worlder standpoint? For them, it's a very simple issue of society is simply at a point where you have the capacity to either literally blow yourself back to the Stone Age, or start actually using the communication technologies for what they were designed for, as in, oddly enough, communicating.
All right, let's continue on here. Another one from Sovereign. Are screen memories of family members a concealed shapeshift for malevolent reasons?
From everything I know of, no. They are sometimes put there, if you will, as a beginner's, like as a newcomer's technique for covering a memory of an abduction, but not from a malevolent standpoint. Screen memories are literally take whatever you can find to try and leave the human in control of their own life. They already know that the human brain is evolving too fast for it to hold for very long. But their hope is that communication with people that are versed in it can help settle the nerves.
Let's go to Nikki. How do ETs put a human who is in a public location and around many people into a bubble-type environment where the human can't move, but ETs can walk up and inject the human? What is that bubble called?
That is using a variation on the triphasic technology that they use for the dexospanalizer. I'm sure that helped. Basically, what they do is they envelop the person in a neural bubble that stops the human from actually moving. And the races that are doing that are capable of completely blocking out visual contact of the other humans around. And again, it is simply an issue. It's not a malevolent thing. It's a case of let's stop them long enough to upgrade that tech or upgrade that tracker.
Okay, let's continue on here. Let's go to Blue Cruise. Do the aliens, ETs, have any connection to the Mandela effect?
Only in as much as they're part of reality, and what humans understand as the Mandela effect is pretty much an all-encompassing thing for I haven't got a clue what's going on. And yeah, aliens and ETs they've got a connection to it in the same way that humans and plants have a connection to it. It's a problem with understanding the actual Mandela effect.
Let's go to Robo. I read a transcript of channeled reptilians, and he said they are vicious and cold, could care less of humans. They eat them, kill them. The only value is slaves and entertainment for humans versus human battle. What's your thoughts, Keith?
Well, first of all, the Tekla would quite happily have them over for dinner. Okay, the Tormenon will use them for whatever they can. But reptilians, we've got to understand that I know of off the top of my head, I've got a dozen different reptilian races, okay, that I've got documented, and not all of them are that nasty. Okay, so, are some of them absolutely vicious? You bet. This is something I was explaining when I came back on the last time about the way that the off-worlders would deal with problems on Earth. So yeah, some of them are pretty much, they're pretty cold, they're pretty vicious.
All right, let's move on. Nikki wants to know which kind of ET races were working with governments from years past.
Well, let's see. The Halons were, the Swazazians have been for years. Teklek weren't actually working with the humans. The Greys have, the Aniod have. Okay, the Nordics certainly did, although I'd question whether you call that working with them. They more importantly took over the position, and when the humans called them gods, they went, okay, we're gods. And they capitalized on it. Quite frankly, so did the Aniod. But and of course the Chitawari have been working with humans for generations.
All right. Sovereign wants to know, why do aliens prefer pictorial renditions and drawings of themselves instead of photographs? Sounds very suspicious to me.
Well, if you have, by human standard, if you all of a sudden had a clear-cut, irrefutable photograph that was right there for all the public to see, mankind's entire view of itself would collapse overnight. Okay, a rendition that is done by a drawing, by a pictographical rendition, okay, is one that can be argued very effectively of, oh, that's a great picture that somebody came up with. And it can be chalked up to special effects in Hollywood. Okay, again, it boils down to protecting the human race from itself.
All right. I think we got one more question for you tonight, Keith. This one comes from Truth Entertainment. Does Keith like theremin music?
No idea. No
Keith
idea
is
what
more-
theremin music is.
Keith is more like, he's more into Slipknot, Godsmack,
Yeah.
Lamb of
wrong.
God,
And thanks for playing.
Avatar, Metallica.
Yeah, how about
You
if we
know.
go with country?
Oh my gosh, if I would have known that, I'd never let you in my vehicle again.
I've never complained about you playing. The only time I complain about music is what they call death metal. It'll stop my heart cold. Which, by the way, I don't like happening.
Right. By the way, Keith, you've set records today for yourself on our YouTube channel. 317 live. 317 live. Yeah. Now we need all of you guys, if you haven't already, to go over to Keith's YouTube channel, which is R Keith Andrews, and go hit subscribe there. He's not even at 400 subscribers yet on YouTube. So we got to make sure that we can pump Keith up there a little bit. Little Timmy Senor, I know you are probably going to have some questions for Keith. You got some time. I left this last 3 minutes for you, man.
That's super cool. My questions are always like so deep. I'll just shoot. So Keith, what do you think potentially is going on the moon right now?
It is a way station. Races coming in from out of the area stop in there to make sure that they know the rules of the road on Earth, of what they're permitted to do, or they stop by on a refueling run, or just simply for trade. I mean, it basically boils down to a trading hub. Okay, with the consortiums, if you will, police force sitting there.
And so do we have ways to get to the moon that are quicker than publicly we're aware of?
Mankind is working on something, but have they perfected it? Until they start realizing they've actually got the key in their hand, it's going to be problematic. So right now, their methods of travel are still limited by human technology. But mankind is on the verge of making a breakthrough.
And so was the moon designed originally as a way station, or was it just convenient? Because you've often said that the moon isn't really a moon or a planet.
The moon was put there when Earth was brought into balance during the evolution of Earth itself, to create a balance point to let life actually exist comfortably on Earth. It wasn't actually, the thing is, it's not from human technological standpoint, the moon is not constructed. Okay. It's constructed in much the same way the planets are built, or how planets grow.
So it was just kind of convenient.
It was in a convenient place to put a way station.
Okay. That's great. I love that. And so how long has the moon been a part of this? And how long has humankind been allowed to be a part of it? Like, it seems like we're only just getting back to the moon now, publicly, at least this country.
And this is the third time that we've been to the moon, and that I remember. Okay. But that being said, mankind has been here for several million years, not as mankind as we know it. Okay. But mankind was literally built here.
And on that note, Keith, we got to make sure that everybody knows they can find your books on Amazon, your website, rkeithandrews.com, or is it Inner Voice Enterprises?
that's one of those little things. I mean, go to rkeithandrews.com is the easiest one. And of course, contacting me directly at Intervoice Enterprises at yahoo.ca is certainly going to get you to me.
R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor takes over the next 45 minutes or so, talking about UFOs and the UFO report. And then, if you're lucky enough to be watching us on YouTube, we are going to go after hours with Tim and Random Guy after this on Spaced Out Radio. $319. You broke your record about 100 times tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal from that standpoint. Thanks so much for the shout out.
Oh, no problem. Everybody go over to Keith's YouTube channel and do me that favor. Hit subscribe. Okay. I'll get a link here for you. I think, Eric, you put up a link earlier, but let me go over here. And he's at 371 now. Let's see if we can get him up to like 400, 450 tonight. That'll make Keith feel good. Here's the link in here. Right there. Mr. Catfish, how you doing? Peaked at 324 according to Pixie Lara. Look at that, Keith. That's kicking ass and taking names. I'll let you and Timmy have a little chat here, and then I'll disappear for a minute and go from there.
Okie doke.
Cool. It's just you and me, Keith. Are you cool with that?
I don't have a problem with it.
Sweet. Because I'm going to ask you.
I'm glad you were handy considering the technological problems, but my computer is dying.
That's a bummer. Yeah, it's time to revitalize your tech, my friend. So how about diving into Atlantis with me a little bit? Because I've never really been schooled on it. Do you have a position on it? And maybe give us a little insight on how it could link.
Well, number one, Atlantis never sank. It was set up at the Bimini Islands, but it didn't sink. It got launched into orbit. The thing was a starship. Okay, it was a generation ship. And yes, they did have the interactions, the stories that are told of old, of the spires and the whole 9 yards, very real. But what ended up happening way back then was the locals demanded that they get the technology that the Atlanteans had. And some of the Atlanteans tried to help them, get it by sabotaging what was being worked on. Net result was there was an explosion that literally launched Atlantis off the planet. Okay. But this is what I meant about the Bimini Island wreckage that you look at. If you look at the drop lines of the stones underwater, they look remarkably similar to the fall lines of the shuttle supports when a shuttle is launched.
Interesting. Weren't they being called or depicted as roads? Like I know that they had discovered what they thought potentially could be roads in that area.
Oh yeah, well they did lay down roads in the area. You know, because much as it was a city, they built the support structures and they had satellite communities that did evolve, which is why you've got people finding new satellite areas that they're going, here's a new location for Atlantis. It's not a new location. It's just that Atlantis reached a lot further than what humans thought.
Okay. And was it a part of it above ground and part of it below water always, or has that shifted? So, or how did that change take place? I guess because we're finding evidence potentially of what we thought might be Atlantis, right?
Yeah.
But it's deep underwater still. So was it at one point above ground?
At one point it was above ground. Okay. But of course the shift in the earth caused some pretty severe problems where it came to the water lines. Okay. But yeah, some of it was built underwater because you got to remember the Atlanteans had the technology of operating underwater. They were not aquatic. Okay. The Atlanteans used technology to function under the surface of the water.
And did they still survive? Have they managed to survive?
Oh yeah. There were a few Atlanteans that got left behind when the ship left. Of course, the ship didn't exactly leave of its own accord.
Explain.
There was an explosion in the Atlantean engine room. Okay, in their power room.
Okay.
That launched the ship. Quite frankly, it literally killed thousands of Atlanteans in the Exodus.
Wow. Is there anywhere historically that we have this record, and have humans tried to cover up this potentially?
It's my firm belief that yes, we do. Where it would be, talk to your governments and the military and see how far you get. I am certain that there is record of it.
We only have about a minute left. I want to get Nicole's question in because this is kind of cool. Keith,
Cool.
Have you ever been around what the Germans call being number 6?
I'm not honestly certain what being number 6 is.
Okay. We'll have to look that up. I'll have to pick Nicole's brain for that.
Interesting.
Welcome, John Music, the man with the tightest hair and beard combination going around in the UFO world. Appreciate you coming on in. Keith, we're going to have to say goodnight to you, my friend. We love you, buddy.
Thank you so much, and good night to you.
Bye, Keith.
Good night, Keith. We'll talk to you next month. And, well, I'll talk to you before that, but we love Keith around here. And little Timmy Senor, we got about 30 seconds. I want to say thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. Adam Carlito ×2, Smithy, Nancy, Mike, Vaughn, Donnie ×2, Pete, Amy, Steven, Greg ×4, Derek, Greg ×3, and Simon, Pam, and Ozzy Man, and Robo for the super chats. Here we go with the third hour, everyone. Let's head to the swamp.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Tekatelic. Tekatelic is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. My name is Bree. I am a 21-year-old female and I live in a small town in northern Ontario. The stories I'm going to share all took place in a house my family and I lived in until I was 13 years old. None of these stories are in chronological order, due to how young I was when they took place. The first story I will share was with my younger sister Mac, who is 2 years younger than me, and at the time I was about 6 years old. We were playing outside one summer day. The wind was blowing particularly hard, and our mother was watching us from inside the house. To give a visual of the layout of our home and yard, our house was known as the backward house, since it was built backward. So, our mother was able to watch us while doing dishes in the kitchen. There was also a massive hedge separating our house from the neighbor next to us, and there was a considerable distance between the hedge and our home. My sister and I were not playing any games, just running around and having fun as kids do. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I and my sister froze like statues. We both looked at each other and simultaneously looked at the space between our home and the hedge. To our surprise, there was a woman there. She was wearing a beautiful long green flowing dress and had equally beautiful, long, wavy red hair and was very fair. She seemed to float rather than walk and seemed fixed on where she was going. As quickly as we noticed her, she vanished into the basement wall of our home. My sister and I then took a look at each other, and honestly, we both looked incredibly puzzled. I did not want to say anything to her at first, because my sister was known to copy me, and I did not want her to say she saw something just because I had. After a few seconds of silence, my sister with tears in her eyes said, "Did you see that?" All I could muster out was, "Uh-huh." We then ran to our mom sobbing that some old lady had just floated into our home. My mom, not wanting to scare us, said, "Maybe it's your guardian angel, stopping by to make sure you're okay." That seemed to ease our nerves a bit, and we were soon back to playing around like nothing had ever happened. As I got older, the experiences in that home seemed to become more sinister. My bedroom had been moved into the basement, and I remember regularly seeing a dark shadow crouch in the corner of my bedroom at night. I had nightmares every other night and had a constant feeling of being watched all throughout the house. My mother would later admit to me, once we moved out, that she was even afraid to walk around the house at night and fears something being around the corner. Another story I remember vividly involves my brother, who is 7 years younger than me. My brother Gio at the time was about 2 years old. We were sleeping together. It was extremely late at night, and for some reason, I just could not fall asleep. To this day, I do not know if he woke up or said this in his sleep, but out of nowhere he says, Bree, do you see it?" "See what?" I reply. "The eyes," he whispered. "What eyes?" I asked, to which he points behind the door. Obviously, at this point I'm crapping my pants. I try getting him to repeat what he said, but there was no reply. I quickly picked him up and brought him into the living room with me, where we both slept on the couch. I have many other stories about this house, but I will end it on this one. I remember somehow I built up the courage to play downstairs by myself with my littlest pet shops. To make a town, and I was sitting in the middle of it. At the point this had happened, I was sitting facing the houses that were up against the wall. The light in the room I was playing in was placed above and behind me, so if someone walks in the room, a shadow would be cast on the wall I was facing. So as I was playing, I had an overwhelming urge to look up. When I did, I witnessed a shadow move from the right of me to the left of me, heading out the door into the rec room. My first thought was, well, maybe my dad was in his workshop and I didn't know. So I look up and out the door and there is no one there. I look back down at my toys and realize my dad is a bigger guy, and I would have heard him walking, and I would have seen him in the time I saw the shadow looking out the door. I book it up the stairs and get the hell out of that basement. As I said, I have tons of more stories that I will submit in the future. Thank you for sharing my story, Swamp Dweller. And if anybody in the comments has had any similar experiences, definitely let me know.
And that's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, as he braves the scariness and spookiness of each and every story that he reads to bring to us here on Spaced Out Radio. We love him around here. You can listen to him the third hour. He kicks off every Monday through Friday on Spaced Out Radio. And if you want more, he's got thousands of stories. Just go to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and you can just hit subscribe and listen to him for free. From the swamp to the stars, it's time for Little Tinamy Senor and the UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
always good to have you here, my friend. I know you've been hopping in and out of tonight's show, but man, what a good night. What a very good night.
So much fun, and getting to ask Keith a couple questions there at the end is awesome. I don't get a lot of that option. He's such a swell guy.
You know what? He is a trip, man. Like, you get him in person, he is a trip, and literally one of the nicest human beings you could ever meet.
Yeah.
Really, really cool dude. Really cool dude. Dude, we got a lot of stuff going on right now in the UFO world. The Limia conference is going on right now, put on by the new kids on the block, the Enigma Labs, and you know, listening to a bunch of people from around the world that most of us in North America haven't learned about when it comes to UFOs. And you know, I could see where that would be very interesting indeed, to get some new opinions and everything like that. But there's also a lot happening in the storyland of everything, Tim, and we're going to kick off with the SCU, the Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies, and their response to the ODNI UAP report.
That's right. And so the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies went ahead and commended the Pentagon and their UAP efforts, but they're asking for a little bit more data. And so SCU, as they're known, is asking for highlights, but the significance of the release for them in the recent report on UAP was that basically that information is not being hampered anymore, and that there is an opportunity for scientific investigation. And so as of February 1st, SCU came out with their public statement here on their opinion of ODNI's UAP report, and whose 230 members include university professors, members of high-tech and defense industries, scientists, intelligence specialists, and current and former members of space research organizations. And so they came forward to thank the U.S. Congress for the passage of legislation in the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act. The act puts the U.S. at the forefront among nations in the collection of data on UAP in an open and transparent manner. And so the SCU also wishes to thank the office for the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW, and of course all of the supporting intelligence community for their work in the recently published report itself. And so I can see by this recent report that SCU is very excited, and they are very optimistic looking forward, as long as this data is being made transparent and available to them. And so they go through to highlight some of the notes and key areas stipulated in the announcement by Congress here in the NDAA. And in particular, they feel that the number of reported incidents over restricted airspace and an analysis of such incidents is necessary. And moving forward into another point, they feel that the assessment of any UAP activity that can be attributed to one or more adversarial foreign governments need to be ruled out. And so again, more details need to be presented. So they hope that identification of any incidents or patterns will be able to be acknowledged. They hope for an update on any efforts underway on the ability to capture or exploit discovered UAP. Also, the number of reported incidents and descriptions thereof associated with the military nuclear assets, including strategic nuclear weapons and nuclear-powered ships and submarines, should also be included in the incidents and not ruled out simply because they're potentially secret. And so the number of reported incidents and descriptions thereof associated with the nuclear material, with the weapons storage and or civilian nuclear facilities also need to be included in future reports. And so the requirements are hopefully going to extend, and SU in particular looks forward to the information that the ODNI and ARROW will be sharing with the public in the future. And it's grateful that the US government agrees that the UAP are a critical area of scientific study.
You know, I like what I'm hearing, but I do have some concerns because, I always like to play devil's advocate with you. My concern is the SCU really, outside of claiming science, has not really given a stance of what their purpose is for what is going on with UFOs. Okay. We know that they want scientific engagement with this phenomena. We know that they have members on there that are part of government agencies. We know that they have potentially some of the members have, looked into crash retrievals, maybe metamaterials and things like that. But I'm never sure really what their focus is or what they are doing. You have a bunch of brainiacs, and I mean that with all due respect, incredibly intelligent people who are a part of this board, Tim, from universities all around the world. And I'm very lucky that I've got to, meet a few of them and befriend a number of them as well. But the one concern that I have and the reservation that I have is, what is their focus? What is their mantra? Are they there for selfish reasons in order to try and move this phenomena forward by any means necessary? Or are these brilliant men and women doing this for the sake of bettering humanity? And I can't answer that question. So when I see a report that I don't personally agree with, because let's face it, we're in the thick of things on a daily basis, then I see a group like the SCU come out and commend the ODNI report that really gave us zero information outside of a couple of little, tidbits. It was really crickets. So to support that type of report from the United States government, I think is a little disappointing at the hands of the SCU and maybe even a little bit irresponsible. Am I being too critical?
No, I think you're being absolutely realistic on a very deep level. On a much more surface level that I kind of hope to remain for a moment. On the very surface level, this is awesome movement in a very positive forward momentum on this topic. Working with the government hand in hand, making sure that this topic isn't getting dropped to the wayside. So far, they've come out with
Yes.
2 supporting reports of true UAP, forcing the government's hand, forcing the DoD's hand to reconcile with the Navy on these 2 confirmed UAP videos from the military. So I feel they absolutely hold value. Now, on the deeper level that you're talking about, true motivations and things like that, now that's a deep level that the UFO community needs to keep them in check and be aware of. But again, that UAP report that we got this year, the 22 report, on a deep level was disappointing to the UFO community, but on the surface level, it was massive because it brought this to a whole nother level where there's no hiding at this point with this topic. And so the public is aware. It made headlines. The SCU, whenever they come out with confirmation of UAP, it should be making headlines. It doesn't always, but should be making headlines. And it's just more confirmation. It is, in fact, Dave, more of what you are hoping for.
Well, I think it is exactly what not just I'm looking for, but what many in the public are looking for. Like, Tim, I guess my concern with this is how many more baby steps do we need to take? Why can't we take a leap every now and again? Why can't we take a full stride? I'm not saying run. Okay. I'm not saying sprint. I'm not saying run because this is a marathon. This isn't a sprint. But maybe I'm fed up. But when you have that much brain power inside the SCU, notably with many of them with government ties, it doesn't surprise me with what they are saying, but I don't see where we can be as a UFO society happy that they are supporting the ODNI report. We need more from these people. We need people like this with the brain capacity and the ability to get their voices heard by members of Congress, by the Senate in the US. We need them to be able to push more. Imagine if the SCU, and I'm going to throw this out here for a second, but imagine if the SCU came out and said to NASA, what's in your closet? What happens then, Tim? Why do we always have to take the cautious approach? Why can't we just climb over the mountain instead of taking the long way? And the SCU has the ability to do that, except they never do. They never do. And this is why I question, what is their focus? Because I don't understand it. I really don't.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. I'm loving what I'm hearing right now from you, because that is potential growth in a great potential way. Now, let's not forget that this is a young group, and their spokesman, their director, publicly still backtracks before he even presents. You know what I mean? So this is not a confident young company. They're venturing out into boiling hot water, and they know that. They're just tiptoeing forward. They're trying to present in a real way. They don't want to come in too hard. They don't want to burn the community like Enigma's coming in charging forward. Probably won't succeed in this community. But this is a group of 230 scientists that are serious about the topic, and they're only edging forward with real data. The only reason that they're supporting the NDAA the way it is because it's talking about data. And remember, in the very last sentence of this, they say that they look forward to the information that the ODNI and Arrow will be sharing with the public in the future. So this is a group that is on our side, that wants to push for transparency. And they have been so far very transparent, not only in their consortiums, but also with their presentations online. And so I must say that anything that this group does in the future moving forward is going to get quite a bit of support, as long as they are pushing with that transparency and that push for public information.
No, I get that. And I think that's great. Okay. But where does it stand? How does that help you and I in the short term and long term? It doesn't. Well, I mean, it could. Pardon me. That's just being arrogant to say that. I apologize. But I would love to see the SCU actually grow some cojones and ask those tough questions. Now, I don't know whether it's because many in their membership do have government ties. Okay. Example, we know Gary Nolan does. Okay. We know Jacques Vallée does. We know Avi Loeb does. Just to name three. We could go on and on and on.
Let me just interject. I think there needs to be an era diplomacy, though, right? Going like this group could do that, but at the same rate, to have those discussions to out big stuff from NASA and to out big stuff from the DoD, there has to be that element of diplomacy where there is some sort of information exchange that might not be able to be public, but still needs to be exchanged. Is that where you feel the danger is? Are you wondering about their motivations?
I don't think it's danger. What I do think it is they're not. The SCU has always been quite coy about what they are about. In fact, a few years ago, very few people within the UFO community had even heard of the SCU, let alone bringing them up in conversation. And when you look at the power of people and the knowledge and the degrees and the doctorates that are in this group, you look back and you're like, holy cow, mainstream science really is looking into this phenomena. It's not all about what Neil deGrasse Tyson says or Bill Nye, the fake science guy. Okay? It's not about what they're saying. These are real scientists who probably don't want the buzz and attention that goes along with this. But as they have increased their own awareness publicly, we have a right to question, where do you stand? Is this about you or is this about humanity? And I think that's a fair question that needs to be asked. And on that note, Tim, we are going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. We have little Timmy Senor and the UFO report continuing. When we return, we're going to talk some balloons. We're going to talk some Galileo and see what else we can get into right after this on the UFO report on Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear.
Interesting stuff.
The SCU would be the literal perfect watchdog for the UFO community.
Interesting.
They don't want it though. Heidi Ocean Swagger. That's right, Nicole. Their collective scientific egos should be taking charge.
Yeah.
You don't look happy tonight, little Timmy Senor.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I've been busy today.
You're
in an
not your
awesome
chipper
mood.
self.
Oh no, I'm in a great mood, bud. Yeah, just been busy. It's been busy, and my children have been super high maintenance, and so it's just been one of those days, where you like throw up 8 balls and try to keep them all in the air at once. But yeah, no, I'm great. Life is awesome. I did not know, though, about that consortium with Enigma. So you're going to have to send me more details on that. That is very interesting.
What consortium?
The group that met, you were saying that there was a meeting in the top of the hour, and it was called LIUNA.
Oh, yeah, there's a conference going on here. I'll show you.
Yeah. What's it called again?
I believe the Limina Symposium. Or the Limina Symposium. Here we go. I'll bring it up here.
Cool. Because, I mean, I'm very curious who showed up to represent for Enigma.
Well, let's check it out. There's Symposium. There's the participants. This lady has the greatest name ever. Dr. Babette Babich. I love it. Babette Babich.
Robert Powell.
They have some brilliant people.
Yeah.
I would like to know.
Mick
I would
West,
really like to know,
UFO
though,
guy.
how Mick West gets in there.
Yeah.
Distinguished guests. They have their journalists here. Let's see here. This is the talks that are going on. They really do have some very highly educated people here.
So NASA, yeah. Wow.
And apparently, they've got one sponsor, Enigma Labs. The exhibitors that they have right there.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So many questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's linked with Skunkworks, right? And was so I guess they put up a lot of posters for this symposium at Skunkworks to try and get people from there to go.
Really?
It's according to this Skunkworks blog. As of December 18th, they were trying to get their people to go and sign up. So that's interesting as well. Inaugural symposium, so that means it's their first.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. I need to get on their list here. Don't want to be on that list. Okay.
Hold on. We got about 8 seconds here, buddy.
Okay.
We're around to third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on. Little Timmy Senor is here with the UFO report, and the Galileo project is analyzing satellite data in search of unusual objects. Let's hit this one out of the park here, Tim.
That's right. And so Avi Loeb has recently taken to Medium, an online blog, if you will, and he regularly writes there and likes to talk about his work there. And so the Galileo project is now analyzing public satellite data from Planet Labs, which is in search for unusual objects. A particularly interesting search area is Antarctica, as it offers a white background with negligible human activity. And so preliminary examination of satellite data did not reveal any unusual objects there. However, the search continues. And so Planet Labs in particular is a company that provides satellite survey imagery, large areas of the ground on Earth through discrete snapshots. And so, however, the motion of objects can be inferred from the images taken in different colors at slightly different times. The temporal offset between snapshots in different spectral bands offer a substitute for full motion video. And any relative change reflects the velocity of the object relative to the velocity of the Planet Labs satellite. And so it's looking like Avi and his team are able to look at objects in different elevations that would experience different air density at frictional and create frictional heat release. And so a lot of the information and data that they're collecting hopefully will give them some information and reveal any unusual objects. So interesting that originally we had heard from Avi and his team that they weren't going to use any artificial or outside data, but perhaps from a lack of evidence that they're able to collect from their own services, they've had to reach out and look to this company Planet Labs for their satellite surveys and still images, not even video. And so, Dave, I would personally be a little hesitant to get this deep using other people's information for my own research, but here we see Avi and his team at Galileo Project moving forward into satellite data imagery analysis, which is a tough field in its own. How do you feel about this?
Well, I think we all knew Avi Loeb was going there. He is on the search, from what I'm hearing, for the next Oumuamua, because he still believes that Oumuamua was in 2017 a spacecraft or some piece of space junk from a different life form or something along those lines, or
Interplanetary. Yeah.
interplanetary, exactly. So I think that's where he's going for that, you know. But the idea behind it is, how does he or his group get access to these satellites? I mean, do you just go over? It's not like going over to your neighbor's house and saying, "Hey, can I borrow your snowblower or your lawnmower?" It's not like that. So I'm curious to know how they are able to get that information to analyze it, or how they are able to track things in the stars. Because look, we know they have a budget around 18 million or something along those lines. It may have gone up since then. We also know that they are starting to get in bed with other direct groups, whether it's the US government, whether it's Enigma Labs. We know this is happening. So is this a step because Enigma Labs is starting to kind of invade the publicity in the UFO world, that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after doing nothing for months, that Galileo is all of a sudden trying to make some news here? Your thoughts, Tim?
I definitely think that they are trying to become competitors in that race, because we know that there is absolutely competition right now to hold the cards that the government want to see, and hopefully, be able to write your own paycheck to share and sell that data. So absolutely, this team is also in the running for these potential contracts. Now, I've looked into the sourcing that they're using for their satellite imagery through Galileo, and it's basically a commercial company that has satellite data and satellites of their own. And you can go to planet.com and look at it yourself, and they basically have contact sales. So if you are in the education field or in the government field, you can absolutely get access to purchasing a contract where you'll get regular information on anywhere on the planet that you're focusing in on, as long as it's obviously somewhere that you have access to. But they say right on their website that it's daily Earth data to see change and make better decisions. Planet provides daily satellite data that helps businesses, governments, researchers, and journalists understand the physical world and take action. And quite literally, that is exactly what this company does: provide satellite data to anyone that can pay for it, basically, and has the credentials to get it. So knowing that tells me that they're expanding, but it also tells me that they are limiting themselves, again, to other people's information, which can be
Doesn't it
frustrating.
seem like nobody really wants to take the lead and do things for yourself? Look, I realize that costs money. Okay, everything costs money today, and to do a topic like this, we're not talking about going on a GoFundMe account and asking for $1,000. Okay, we're talking millions upon millions of dollars. You need to find somebody with very deep pockets who has the want and the desire to see and know what potentially could be out there among the stars. That's what you need. And I can understand where that lack of those people out there really limits a lot of groups. I mean, let's face it, Galileo's been around for almost 3 years now, and we're still waiting for accomplishments from this power group of scientists and the brilliancy of many people on this group. But we talked months ago that we had concerns, Tim, and I think you and I agreed on this, when they started allowing, people who have government roles within their community. I didn't like that. You didn't like that. Many other people in ufology didn't like it, especially when Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon joined Galileo. There was no need for them to join unless you needed the government contracts and contact. So once again, much like SCU, what is really the goal? Because all we ever hear from these guys, whether it's SCU, whether it's UAPX, whether it's Galileo, and now Enigma, and every other group is it's all about going into the tool compartment and into your shop and playing with nuts and bolts. And
Right.
you talk to anybody in this field, okay, and they will tell you the more you research, the less nuts and bolts this subject is. You've learned that hard lesson over the last 6 months or so. And it's tough. It's tough to create an understanding regarding that. It's tough to push yourself to a limit that this phenomena may be more than just a bunch of nuts and bolts that you need a crescent wrench to unscrew or tighten up. And that's where they're not going, at least not that we know. They don't want that reality yet. Remember, these are the people, Tim, who are segregating UFOs from alien contact. And like I've always said, if you've never had an experience, it's never aliens. Once you've had an experience, it's always aliens. And if they know that those craft are not from Earth, who's flying them? Or who's controlling them? If they're not from Earth, who's controlling them? Because they're just not out there doing tours of the galaxies. And this time it's our solar system, the Milky Way. It's not how that works. It's like when we send a probe into space, we're hoping to pick something up, but it's being controlled by NASA. So who's controlling these ones if it's not from Earth? That means aliens, correct?
Yeah, and it's frustrating that the conversation hasn't elevated there yet, because it seems like it just stops at UAP. It's a phenomenon, and that's it. We haven't gotten to that question yet, Dave, and it's such an important question. It is the question. And further than that, what do we do once we know that? Like, how do we want to represent as human beings? And is it too late to perhaps undo mistakes that have already represented ourselves in an ill fashion? I can assume, potentially, but that gets into a deeper question. But you're absolutely right. It hasn't been covered that I know of. We know that there's contingency plans for if we do get invaded or if they come here. But in no way does that have any elevated enlightenment to it by what it seems on the surface. We haven't asked, who are they and why are they here?
Why are we afraid of that question?
It's maybe a scary and maybe a gloomy, scary answer, or maybe it's not. But potentially it's not the answer we want. Let's say that.
Well, look, there's been enough study and evidence to know that they know what is coming from Earth and what is not. They know, look how quickly they were able to tell these were Chinese weather balloons. Or spy balloons, pardon me. Okay? We heard from random guy a great story where his buddy in the Navy watched a UFO come out of the water, hover beside the aircraft carrier, and then shoot up into space at 68,000 miles an hour. We know that is going on. We know that that's not human. So who's flying it? And why are we afraid to ask that question? This is where I don't like the term UAP, because UAP is so governmental. All right. It is so governmental on trying to control a narrative of the phenomena. The phenomena is the narrative. It doesn't have its own narrative. It is the narrative. And the more you go down the rabbit hole to learn this phenomena, you will know that it is all intertwined. It is all interconnected. And you have to accept that. It's like we always complain about the Bigfoot world, Tim, about how it's either flesh and blood or supernatural. And if it is flesh and blood, why don't we have a body? Why can't we find a body? And the excuse is, well, have you ever seen a black bear's body? Yeah, I've seen 2 of them. Seen 2. And you know what happens when you can't find a body, Tim? There's usually fur remnants around. I've seen moose torn apart in the forest and deer torn apart. And guess what? The fur is still there. Where's the body? We don't know. The point that I'm making with that is we have to start getting a little bit more direct. There's no problem with getting direct and asking direct questions and combining whether or not we're alone. Instead of worrying about UAPs and what the government thinks about them. It's frustrating.
It's tough, though. It's tough because who do you ask that question to, and how can they answer even if they know?
That's it. There you nailed it. How do they answer that question even if they know? You nailed it right there. That's your home run shot on this topic. How do they answer that question? They're not allowed. They know. Elizondo knows. You don't think Elizondo gives little tidbits to people he talks to privately? He does. He has to me. He has to others. We all know that he's had close encounters. We all know it. How many of those Elizondos that we only know about Elizondo? What about the other Elizondos that work at the Pentagon, for the DOE, for the Department of National Defense, for the CIA, the NSA, the NRO, Space Force, Space Command, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Army, Coast Guard?
We'd never know.
We don't know how many. We don't know how many. How about when those, that's like saying, Tim, and putting in denial that the U.S. military does not have a team ready within minutes if a UFO landed.
Right.
Let's say pick a town, Bismarck, North Dakota. Let's just pick it for a random reason. UFO lands there. Do you not think the military bases around there are not going to be getting scrambled, and an elite team is not going to be scrambled to that area to try and make contact with a craft that's on the ground?
Yeah. I mean, for example, look at how we know our country handled this balloon that we have in the news. Look at how that was handled. And Dave, you and I know behind the scenes how it was really handled, and the interest and what was really going on and things like that. And that is very interesting stuff. If that is just on something that is mundane that we know, because, and I was going to bring this up later when we actually talk about it, but that report initially came out from the first witness as a UFO report in the news. The first photograph of this thing, but the original eyewitness of the Chinese balloon, was a UFO report. It was, and so it's so funny because it's the exact opposite of what happened in Roswell. We got this UFO, or I guess it's the same, really. We got this UFO report of a white orb, and then sure enough, within hours, it was confirmed that it was a balloon, and then all the other details have come out. But initially, this was a UFO report, which I find so perfect.
Oh, I understand that. I understand. We got 3 minutes to go here, and we're going to get into a lot of these topics with Random Guy.
Indeed.
Up next. That'll be just on our YouTube channel. But I mean, the idea behind it, though, is, I guess what you're saying, what I'm saying, Tim, is it really goes to show that the powers that be really have either a fear or very little understanding about how many people really know what's going on, and if we're ready for a little bit more news or not.
Do you think that they've tested the waters of how humanity will handle this topic in any other way in history?
Yes. Elizondo stated on this show last year that COVID was a great test on that they were paying attention. Because no offense to anybody out there, okay, this has nothing to do pro or con COVID. The one thing that it did do was it was a great litmus test to show how people are going to treat each other. We treated each other like garbage, ratting people out, stealing, going to the grocery store, buying 300 rolls of toilet paper, buying out meat sections, buying 10 gallons of milk for you and your husband. In the meantime, you only drink half a gallon every 2 weeks.
Madness. Garbage bags of gasoline.
Garbage bags of gasoline. Yeah. I mean, that was a good litmus test on how we're going to treat each other. And the sad part about it is 3 years later, many companies and many supermarkets, and you look at the car industry, they're still not out of it. Many industries are still not out of it because of a number of reasons. And it ain't UFOs.
No, it ain't. But it is so interesting. And I think you brought up a great point, because even the people that are in the know how would you even present something like that on such a big scale without being completely just either not believed or, in trouble because of talking about something that goes against your NDA or it's such big information. How would you even present that?
Well, we're going to have to leave it on a question mark for tonight.
Indeed.
Little Timmy Senor, thank you so much for coming on in, my friend.
Thank you, buddy.
It's always good to see your very limited chin hair on camera.
I keep it tight.
Yeah, that is tight. And a big thank you to our good friend R Keith Andrews for coming on in for breaking a record of a show tonight. 324 people on our YouTube, plus all of our beautiful radio audience and podcasters out there. It's going to be another massive show. He just keeps getting more and more popular. More and more popular. People love and need the woo, and that's why we bring him on in. And thank you to Swamp Dweller for another spooky story as well. If you're on YouTube, stick around. We are going to do after hours, but we got to say goodnight to the radio side of everybody here. So goodnight to all of you, as we got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club. And to the people all hanging out on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for hanging on out with us.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyrighted by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right, let's bring in Random Guy here. I got to figure out a theme song for Random Guy.
Random Guy.
I might do that this weekend. Think of a theme song for Random Guy.
You guys are crazy.
I'm thinking like maybe Vegas style casino music, something kind of organy.
You like to gamble? I need some gambling. How you guys doing tonight?
Good, Random Guy. How you doing?
Doing great, man. Had a really great day today. Made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And my business ventures turned out very well today.
Excellent.
Awesome. He played black, everybody. He played black.
For $4,500, yes, it worked well. Okay, Timmy, dime me out. Yes, I was gambling, but I made a lot of money.
Yes. Give him hell.
Way to break his secrets there, little Timmy Senor. You're
That's
a
okay.
Mick West of. You're a Mick West.
I thought we had a private chat, but evidently it's a not private.
Was
chat.
it in chat? I mean, I was guessing.
It was in chat.
Oh shoot! I outed you, and
it's okay. I know who I can trust.
I never said a thing. Hey, Random Guy, I never said a thing.
I'm joking.
I just said I wanted to make you a theme song.
How's chat doing? How you guys doing in chat? I love you guys, man. Hope you guys are having a good night.
Good. We got a massive crowd. 262 people watching right now.
Awesome. I love to see it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take a little bit different approach tonight. I already know what you're going to ask me. So going into this as loaded questions, I just want to let you guys know I'm going to take a different approach tonight. Like, I am just like you guys, 100%. And instead of being an arrogant a-hole like I normally am, I want to have a discussion tonight, and I'm going to answer Tim's questions. I already know what he's going to ask. I already know. He didn't tell me, but I just know. And so I'm going to take those questions, and I'm going to inform the audience as I would inform my own family, as I have all day while I'm getting questions about this stupid balloon. So let it rip, men.
What the hell would they put one over Canada for when we got nothing to look at?
So it turns out, and again, so I'm a guy that knows things. I'm not 100% accurate on anything. I'm about 99.9%. So there's always a possibility I could be wrong, but usually not. They sent this out to multiple places. So from what I understand, these balloons were launched. I still don't know 100% what the intent was, because I've heard like 50 different things from even people that are working actively on the situation right now. I know people that are dealing with this task all the way from Dugway to Florida. All right. I know people in these positions doing this thing, Nellis Air Force Base and on. So it turns out, even though I'm not privy to what they are, I can speculate. Everybody can speculate. We'll get into that. But it sounds like there was 5 to 6 of these things launched. And they weren't just launched over the U.S. They were launched. They did Canada. They did U.S. They did South America. There's multiple of these in the air right now. Unconfirmed, but one of them supposedly was engaged. I don't know. Because here's the thing. Unless you use something that's like napalm, these balloons, they're not like a balloon you buy at the party store and you pop it and it just deflates, okay? When you engage these things, there's consequences based on the munitions you use. Can't use a missile. You're not going to use a missile on a balloon, all right? Just understand that. So like a lot of stuff you guys see on social media, hold your reservations. Most likely they would use guns, but even guns, the way the guns work for most of these fighter jets, they have munitions that need to contact something to do their most damage. And if they don't, they just go right through it and punch a 4-inch hole. You know what I mean? And so what happens with these balloons, because they're not like a normal balloon that we understand on the planet, helium balloon, what have you, birthday party balloon, you fill it up with air, you fill it up with helium, it floats, right? When you puncture that, it explodes in a traumatic manner and it's gone. That's not how this type of high atmospheric balloon works. When you shoot these things down, there's usually hydraulic fluid. There's a combination of things that are keeping that balloon up. So even if you shot the crap out of it with 1,000 rounds, it could take days for it to come down, and then you don't know where it's going to land. Like, there's a lot of dynamics to this, and people that are way smarter than me and understand it. I'm just trying to explain to you guys. It's not as
Like
simple.
Roswell? It could land in Roswell?
That's a whole show, Dave. That's a whole show. I'm just telling you. So part of what I understand was President Biden gave the order to shoot it down immediately. First second he heard of it. And I've seen it on Twitter. It's being political. This is not a political issue. It's very clear. Democrats, Republicans alike are like, why the hell is this thing over our country? Shoot it down. Like, you guys can go see that yourselves. This is not, I really don't feel like this is a partisan issue. Like, let's take that out of this, okay? It's not because Biden sucks or anything else. There's other issues at play here. At the end of the day, whether you like Biden or you like Trump or you like Republicans or you like Democrats, there's certain levels of things where, like, it doesn't matter anymore. We're going to do what it takes to protect our country, right? You guys have to believe that, man. If you don't, then you should probably just leave, because you're never going to feel comfortable. Like, I literally, like, I have my own politics, just like any of us. I don't subscribe to any politician, whatever nefarious stuff they're up to with money, which I think they're all crooks. I really do believe that, money-wise. They're not going to give up our way of life and our country to it. So if it was that kind of risk, that's not what would be happening, you guys. I really don't believe that. I believe Biden, Trump, anybody else would do what they had to do if it was something on the scale of a bioweapon, a nuke. Now, there is one potentiality that I do want to discuss before you get into your questions. I personally believe, because you're going to ask this, Timmy, I'm going to save you the time. What do I think it is? I think, and China in some unofficial capacities has said this is civilian testing. We're testing stuff. Don't mess with it. It has nothing to do with our military. Guess what, guys? In China or any communist country, everything is military. Nothing gets off the ground. Nothing goes on the internet. In a communist country, unless it's the military or the government that says, yes, we're doing that. So just understand that. But however, that was like one of the fallbacks that I've been seeing. I think it's a short test, because the only way that China is a threat to the United States is not militarily. Their nukes don't matter. Their hypersonic weapons don't matter. Yeah, they could kill a lot of us. Any country could. Any country, we have 300 million people, guys. Let's be realistic. If a country was dedicated to our eradication, they could kill a lot of us, but they're not going to win, okay? China has no chance in hell to fight the United States, or even Canada. I'll bet you Canada could hold their own just because of NORAD. And I don't have a lot of faith in Canada, so that's saying something. No offense, Dave.
0-2. Hey, Owen. Hey, Owen.
So all I'm saying is this. I believe it was a test, because here's the thing. They could float 6 innocuous balloons over the continental United States. And by the way, this thing was tracked from Alaska. I do believe politics played a role, or something that's we're not privy to, because my understanding from people high up is that Biden, even though I'm not a big fan, I'll make it no secret, he was like, dude, we can't have that. Even when it was over Alaska, and we could have shot it down over Alaska, it would have been no threat to falling on the ground, no people on the ground, and it could have been done. For some reason, and this is where my curiosity is piqued, they allowed this to continue. They allowed it. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, that's literally right now sitting here talking to you guys. That's the only thing I'm like, why? Like, what is going on with this? Because I know people that are reacting to it. But I feel like ultimately this was a test run. Because the number one thing that China could do to ruin our life, if they decided, hey, we're going to go to war, or we're going to say F it, or whatever, in a joint exercise, this might not be something they're planning actively, but they want to know, the same way we test defenses, if one of those balloons had an EMP weapon on it, it would be over. Our grid is gone. Your cars are gone. Like, and conspicuously, they flew over mostly ICBM or nukes. That's not by accident. These things can vector. And I truly believe this was a test run because that was 5 balloons. Only one that they know of that they announced, but I know there's more. If they sent 500 of them, they easily could. And they all have EMP weapons on them. They eliminate all command and control, all internet, all electricity over literally everywhere in the continental United States and Canada. That's what I think it was a test run for, just to put in their banks to see how we would respond, to see how far they could get. Questions, Timmy, go.
Before I get into capabilities and potential capabilities, I just wanted to rebut and say potentially for a reason for this, because you're like, why? And I just wanted to maybe throw this into the mix and get your take on it, because just as it happens, we know that the cabinet secretary Blinken was due to depart on Friday to go to China on a China-American relations talk. He was set to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing as part of an effort to diffuse tensions. And so we know that he wasn't going to, he knew about this balloon incident and was still going to go forward with his trip. And once public outrage took place and this became very controversial, he postponed the trip.
Yes.
So do you think the fact that he was initially okay with this information and didn't postpone the trip and waited until the public outcry happened to perhaps postpone, does that send a message to you that this is potentially linked in any way?
Yes, but I believe it's politically linked, because if he goes to China and says we're all cool, well, they got away with this, it would be absolute massacre politically for the executive branch right now. There's no way. And again, I said this is not a partisan issue. If Chinese could potentially drop EMPs, chemical weapons, nukes, and they're flying over your houses in Nebraska, Montana, Idaho, wherever the hell else they're at, that's unacceptable. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. There's no one that disputes that. And I feel like it was a political move to pull back. I think they know. So what I also know is F-22 Raptors went up with like 8K cameras and filmed this thing. They know every aspect of it. And the reason it was F-22s, just I'll keep it short, they're the only fighter, being the most advanced generation fighter, that can vector over 60,000 feet in altitude, because they're vector thrust. They're allowed to basically, they can maneuver around something in short order, turn tightly, take pictures, do everything they need to do. I think they figured out there's no payload on this that they were concerned about. They read the radiation off of it. They examined that it was solar cells and reconnaissance only. And somebody in the military told Biden, we're not shooting it down because the risk of it falling on citizens and or it being a civilian mission is worse than the potential risk, which I disagree with, but that's just me being a random guy. I say we send a message strong and clear. You come into our space or we're shooting your shit down, and I don't care, because I have a family, and all of you do too, period. We need to set that precedent. But that's neither here nor there. President made a decision. I feel like, though, they probably risk assessed it, and this particular thing and the other ones that are up are not an exact risk. I think it's a test run so that they know what they're capable of, and that if we ever went down the road, because China wants Taiwan, and we know a lot of other things are going on in the world, right? Let's be real. They know what they can do to us. And if they dropped EMPs with 500 balloons, and they're like, oh, that's America's response, by the time they got up there, we can't shoot down 500 balloons. We can't. Like, not instantly, at least. They would start dropping cities capabilities. They could drop, and at the simplest rudimentary form, it would be EMP, because that's the easy thing to do. There's people in our chat that probably know how to make an EMP at home. Your chat is smart as hell. However, there could be more, even further nefarious things: bioweapons, chem weapons, nukes, like anything. Like, we don't have to go down that road to be effective. It could literally just be an EMP. And an EMP, I'm pretty sure me and a buddy I went to college with could figure out a way to make one to turn our city black. Like this, it's not a hard thing to do.
Awesome. There's been a ton of chatter on Twitter, and I wanted to bring up a couple questions that the public have. Stephen Greenstreet brought up the fact that the Pentagon says the Chinese spy balloon has changed course and has the ability to maneuver despite wind streams.
Yes.
And so that ability to maneuver and change course despite wind is a concern. Would you like to talk on that briefly?
That just tells you that everywhere that is going is intentional. So a normal balloon, it goes where the prevalent winds take it, right? If it was truly a civilian mission, as the Chinese are alleging, it would just be like, hey, we're sending this balloon up for scientific purposes. Wherever the wind takes it, everybody feel free to watch it where it goes. We do that. Colleges do that. Universities around the world launch weather balloons that are similar to the one you guys are seeing here. It's not totally out of line. The reason it's out of line is because it's unannounced. There's multiple of them, and it has systems on it that are incongruent with a scientific project. So yes, if it can vector, if it can move, it is now technically, I won't say an act of war because it hasn't committed any crimes, but it is now violating our airspace, and it needs to be removed. Simply. It doesn't matter. This is not a partisan issue. This is not, hey, I don't like war, I don't like guns, I don't like Biden, I don't like Trump. This is literally our sovereignty as Americans and Canadians and anywhere else these things are. It's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable by anybody of whatever your beliefs are, because it is absolutely a risk. It's an unregulated fly over your house where they can do anything they want to your family, and you have no control about it. Our government has an obligation to remove that threat.
Wang Wei, a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Social Science, had a op-ed today on CNN, and I'll just briefly give you the quote. This is not a media event, but rather a political balloon from Washington to maneuver the domestic audience. And secondly, it's hard to imagine any big country in the world will be clumsy enough to rush spy balloons into the airspace of other countries when it owns reconnaissance satellites. How do you respond to that?
So I agree with a lot of that. However, just so you guys know, there's a lot of benefits to low tech. There's a lot of benefits to it. So I won't go into the Afghanistan ground war and how low tech and caves beat the shit out of us, right? Let's keep it to the task at hand. What does a balloon do that a satellite cannot? Well, a satellite tracks orbit. It's a highly metallic object moving at thousands of miles an hour with laser locked on precision that everybody knows where each one is. A weather balloon has such a small signature. If you don't know it's there, you don't know it's there till it's there. Like it's highly undetectable except by the most advanced systems we have. So a weather balloon gives you the element of surprise. It's very low cost. You could send thousands. If they really wanted to be gangster and they wanted to fight us, they could send 2,000 of this. Imagine that. Imagine 2,000. They could easily do it for less than we spend on a F-22. They could send thousands of these things with EMPs, nukes, and everything else for less than an F-22. Think about that. It's under the atmosphere, so it can take atmospheric readings. It can read the radiology when it rolls over ICBM sites. It can collect data about how much nukes we have in an area based on volume of radioactive activity. It can rate the meteorology of that area and alter the weather if they wanted to. They could dump cloud seeding. They could dump a bio. There's so much advantage to it, and you can do so much volume with it. And even if you shoot it down, you could shoot 50 missiles at it. It doesn't matter because of the way that the physics work with these balloons. They're not a normal balloon, as I told you. It's not like it pops and falls out of the sky immediately. It can take days to go down. And then you don't know where it goes down. If it has a bioweapon EMP, you have no idea where it's going. And that's even worse than knowing where it's at and what speed it's moving at and tracking it. So yes, there is definitely a low-tech advantage to using balloons. And the other thing that's even more scary is other nations that don't have advanced technology can apply this. They could literally go to ships. They could take ships at international waters 60 miles off of San Francisco and launch these things, 50 at a time. Iran, North Korea, anybody. Think of the implications. And now China's showing they can do it with impunity. That's why I'm not, again, 100% not political, you guys, 100%. It's unacceptable. It has to be eliminated immediately. So by them not eliminating immediately, my ears and my radar is up to what do they know? Because it makes absolutely zero sense. They're not eliminating the threat.
Yeah, it's pretty intense stuff. And before I go off the tech subject, Twitter kind of lit up with what it thinks, possibly some of its capabilities are. Do you think that there are capabilities such as that balloon being able to read information off of my cell phone if it was over it, or get data from, say, a power station if it flew over it? Is there anything like that would be of concern to the public?
Well,
Potentially.
TikTok's probably getting your cell phone information.
Right.
TikTok is one of the biggest honeypots that ever existed for China, but I won't go there. Let's keep it to the task at hand. The task at hand is they can measure our output of our grid. Yes. They can measure the electricity being spread out from our grid. And again, that's why I think the biggest threat is actually not nuke. It's actually not bio and all this conspiracy stuff, even though it's possible. I think it's an EMP test because they take down our grid. We literally go down to, I hope our military works or we're effed. And I truly believe that. I see here, what are balloons flying? The balloons are flying at 65,000 feet. Love. Saw your question.
Cool. Yeah, if we've got more questions in the audience, please.
And that's, again, why the F-22 was utilized. Because even me on Twitter, some people push back. They're like, isn't that overkill for an F-22 to go after a balloon? Well, the reality is our fighter jets, only our newest generation jets can operate at that altitude with vectoring. So like the old F-16s, yeah, they're badass. They can shoot a missile. But again, a missile is not how you fight a balloon. And they can't get close enough with guns because most, even military aircraft, after about 50 to 55,000 feet, they lose their gas. And because of the oxygen efficiency in their basic turbine engines, they can't operate. The F-22 can get away with 60 to 65,000 feet because it has thrust vectoring, meaning literally the ass end of that thing, the nozzles will vector and let it cheat to keep pointed at something at that altitude, even though it has very little power.
And would a high-powered camera suspended on that balloon be a big concern for us?
No, not at all. That's not what it is. It's not a camera. I 100% know that.
Question coming in from
their
Eric.
satellites already have that. Satellite would be perfectly fine. They don't need a camera on a balloon. It's for something else.
Got a couple questions for you, random guy. This one from Eric. Isn't it funny that the balloon incident happened after a senator is trying to ban TikTok?
No. And again, TikTok is a huge honeypot, you guys. This is not even a conspiracy. It's not even open to debate. I actually feel like TikTok will be banned in the United States in the next 2 years. Everything I'm hearing. But TikTok is 100% farming. And not only farming, even the algorithm. It's an amazing algorithm. Chinese are great at their AI, their algorithms. They're fucking brilliant people. Sorry, F word, but you're not on the radio. They're brilliant people. They're brilliant hackers. They're brilliant at computers. The thing is they're not, what they're doing is they're farming people and they're programming you. So every time you see something, you're like, oh yeah, I'm seeing stuff I want to watch. They're elusively programming you. So they take what you're interested in and they're deviantly putting things that they know intentionally are outliers in the thing you're already interested in to ruin your morals and everything else. It's a demoralization that the KGB used in the 80s when the KGB was infiltrating our universities here in the United States. But they're using it now on social media. It's an actual thing.
Okay, next
Wow.
question. Super Crazy is asking, do we have balloons to do the same to them?
Yeah, we have plenty of balloons, but we don't use them for this purpose. We literally do them for atmospheric testing because I won't speak on it, but I promise you guys, our assets are so much better than the rest of the world. You would poop your pants. We can do anything we want,
Lots of
anywhere we
poop.
want. No, I'm telling you guys, even if our president's an idiot and people are idiots, we are so technologically advanced, we can actually be bad and we'll win. I promise you. I promise.
I can tell you right now, I would have zero problem if TikTok is banned. I really would have no problem. I can't stand TikTok.
Never.
You guys have to understand how the government works. It's really bad. Everybody, I don't care if you work for the DMV, the Air Force, OPM, the FBI, Border Patrol. It doesn't matter. The government sucks at keeping things together. What they are amazing at is collating data and spreading that data to the people that need to get it. And they're amazing at technology. And thank God that's enough to keep us ahead because they are terrible at everything and management. And anybody that's ever worked any part of the military government will know I'm 100% right on this.
Right. Hey, we got to give a shout out. We got to give a shout out to Obi Flett, who's in the chat room right now, because he's actually ordered random guy T-shirts from the Spaced Out Radio store on our website.
Appreciate you, bro. I don't get any money from it. Only Dave does, but I appreciate you anyways.
It's beautiful.
My whole $5 that I get, whole $5. Cricket Lulu, who is new to our chat room, and thank you for coming on in, Cricket. She says they have no control over them, but keep them at 60,000 feet or above. Come on, ma'am.
I'm not sure what that's referring to, but yeah, they are over. Most of these balloons are 65 to 70,000 feet. So that's just because it's above weather, it's below ionosphere or whatever, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But if this thing can intelligently change direction, tells me there's probably some kind of pressurization device, which allows us to change altitude depending on where it's at to correlate with either weather or being tracked.
Let's go to Gloria. What if it was an EMP? What comes next? How do we prepare?
So what I would tell all of you, so what does the EMP do? Electric magnetic pulse. It shuts down every capacitor. So the grid's going down. Anything you have that has an electric charge, your phones, all that stuff is dead. If you want to prepare, if you're a prepper mind of like the end of the world, you want to be paranoid, whatever, you can Google Faraday cage. You can make a home-based Faraday cage to keep your electronic devices in. If you have a car that's older, if you have a CPU, you're screwed. But if you have like a 90s or older vehicle, you can have a spare coil. And if you have a spare coil, you can literally just replace the coil in 5 minutes and have your vehicle running again. There's steps to take for that. But yeah, look at Google EMP preparation for that kind of stuff. Ultimately, it's going to be a shit show, right? Like, that's just what it's going to be. Lights are going to turn off. People are going to get scared. And actually, the most damage is not even going to be China or whoever would do that, even if it was a hack. The biggest damage is you guys have seen in COVID, and you guys have seen in riots and social unrest. The biggest threat we have is our own people. People coming to take what you have. People that are ignorant or maybe they're just afraid. But you still have to protect your family. Fortify your home. Prepare with food and water and weapons. If it suits you to defend yourself, that's the way you do it.
I'm going over to little Marky Spender's house. He's armed to the hilt.
I'm hanging out with random guy.
That's probably.
Yeah, man, I'm up here. I'm stuck up here, you know. I'm thinking, okay, I just got to get my side-by-side figured out.
So true story. I have I'm not like part of a militia or anything, but we have a group of like 20 something of us, all ex-military, all connected. And we all have the like, it hits the fan plan, our fallback positions. We're gonna do well for a while. I'll just put it that way.
Gotta have a plan B. Always.
Oh yeah, always a plan B. Little Timmy Senor, you come on up to my house. You'll be fine.
We'll be fine. Yeah. We'll just hang.
We'll be fine.
It's way too cold for ET up there.
Yeah,
No, we got aliens. We got aliens, but while they're worrying about the balloons and all that stuff, we'll go into the forest and we'll search for Sasquatch.
I can't wait.
Deb was right. Nicole nailed it. Faraday cage. Nicole's a smart lady, guys. She's pretty smart.
Yeah, she has 6 toes on each foot too.
Weirdo.
Yeah, total weirdo.
I like her anyways.
We have a cat with 6 toes.
My cat has 8 toes.
Really?
On both front feet.
He always has to one-up me. This time he's 2-upped me. Dave, you're killing me.
Let's go.
Even my magic cat. Unbelievable.
It's a kid's cat.
Get your questions in, people, so you can feel smart on Facebook tomorrow. I'm joking.
Let's switch topics here.
Sure.
Let's switch topics here. All right, and let's. There was a question earlier, random guy, about whether or not the Apollo landings actually happened on the moon,
and how many made it to the moon.
Oh, hold on. Let's go here.
One of those things where it bumped me. You guys there?
Yeah.
We got you, random guy.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, repeat the question, please.
There was a question earlier from the audience about the Apollo missions and whether or not we've actually landed on the moon and how many landed on the moon.
Why is there a question?
Because you're a random guy and they wanted to hear from you.
To my knowledge, everything reported by the government is accurate. 100% accuracy. Everything they said landed there. Every person that landed there. And I will tell you guys this. I wasn't there before. I wasn't even born. But from the photographs I've seen that are not public, the videos I've seen that are not public, the access I've had that is not public, you guys got to let that go. We landed on the moon. It's 100% accurate. And I literally it's like laughable that you I understand the conspiracy. I understand. I've seen it all, from the waving flag and no gravity and all. I'll bet my life.
Yeah.
And my kids' lives.
What about
That's how serious I am that we did it, you guys.
And what about the stories that they weren't alone up there?
Oh, they saw some crazy stuff. Way crazy stuff.
Photographs?
That is 100% valid. But we definitely landed on the moon. So let's just clarify that. And I won't even entertain the concept that we didn't, because I've already seen enough to know that's not possible. Me personally.
And do photos exist of that moonwalk, or the walk on the moon where?
Dude, I've heard some so I don't know, I'm not privy to it, but people they've seen some crazy stuff, beyond even what, Ancient Aliens, History Channel, whatever anybody's selling you to watch, it's even crazier what they have.
Any examples?
Lights, motions, crafts, things coming up that couldn't exist. Dark side of the moon, and a bright light shows up and lands 100 yards from them. Literally the most insane stuff. It's all there, all of it. So I'm open to all of that. I'm open to absolutely all of that. But anybody says we didn't land on the moon, I can't talk to you, because I know we did. And that's the end of the conversation.
Okay, that is an amazing photograph right now. I can't believe you have that. That's a real photo, everybody.
I've seen that. I've seen this photo. I've seen way more photos. I've seen insane photos that I can't even talk about, dude.
Can't believe you have that, Dave.
100%. I have that photo. That's not impressive.
Well,
I have way crazier stuff than that. I've sent you guys crazier stuff than that.
yeah, but the person that showed it to me blew my mind. So, because it was like,
What, were
yeah.
they more handsome than me, so you believe them? Like, what's going
No.
on here? Am I being ugly? Is my being ugly hurting my legitimacy? Like, what's going
Well,
on here?
I did get a video of you twerking the other day, so that was
I
kind of
know.
scary.
I tried to have you share it with chat, and nobody was happy.
Oh God.
Hold
have a
on.
great
I didn't know
ass.
you wanted me to share that.
Let's
I
just
told you.
share that publicly.
Somebody called
now.
me out and said you were not twerky, and I was like, I absolutely was, and I have a great. I'm not a pretty person, but I have a great ass, and I can shake it. But anyways, we're getting off subject. Go back.
Do you have knowledge of photos of occupants?
Extraterrestrial?
Yeah.
No.
You don't have knowledge that there's any existence of.
I've told you this 500 ways.
I know. I keep trying to catch you off guard.
I'm telling you, dude.
seen it?
I would have told you drunkenly, probably by accident by now. We've been friends a long time.
Yeah.
I would have drunkenly, accidentally told you.
I might
I've
keep asking
accidentally,
though.
drunkenly told you a lot of things I shouldn't have already. But that it literally doesn't exist. At least
Adam.
not to the level of like you guys heard of Majestic 12, which is not, maybe it was something in the back in the day, but it's not currently a thing. I have more access to Majestic 12, or I did.
Wow.
Like, I'm literally on that level. And that's not even a flex. It's just because things are so simple now. Like,
Right.
that's what it is. Like, I know for a fact what's real and what's not. We don't have it, dude. We don't have it. If we do, it's like 5 people in a freaking closet and they jerk off to the aliens that they have. I don't know. Like, I really don't know, dude. But, like, nobody has it.
Bunch of questions coming. Adam wants to know, do we have bases on the moon?
We don't have bases yet, but we have strategic. I got to be careful. We have assets on the moon. Not human, not manned. But it will be manned very soon because the Space Force is going to legitimize that. China's going there in the next 2 years, and we're going to have to show force. And you're going to start seeing occupation and the dark side. And then all the people say the moon's not real and flat earthers are going to feel really stupid. But that's a whole nother story. But yeah, we have assets there. We don't have a base there.
Derek wants to know, is there a moon superstructure?
No.
Chairman Meow. Love that name. Chairman, look at his photo. You know what? I don't care what anybody says. That cat, the screaming lady and the cat, was the best memes ever. Ever. Anyways, what about China trying to lay claim to the dark side of the moon?
That's just what I was talking about. They're going there in 2024, next year. And that's
Until
why
the
you're going to
aliens smack them.
No, there's no aliens in the moon. The aliens just come here. They're not going to stop at the moon. The moon is really a worthless asset. The only reason the moon is good is for 2 reasons. Reconnaissance. So, like, we have satellites. So the next level in warfare right now, our satellites fight each other, you guys. I don't know if everybody in the chat understands this, but just let me put this as a baseline.
Yeah.
Our satellites literally have lasers and missiles and stuff that could shoot at other countries' missiles and lasers.
Thus
Okay?
the Space Force, right?
Yes. And it's been that way for years.
Yeah.
So what's the manifestation of this is the reason the race to the moon and the reason people are asking this question has nothing to do with aliens. It's strategic because now China, Russia, and the United States have the ability, all 3 of us can take out each other's satellites in hours. So what happens when you take out all the satellites? You lose command and control. The reason the United States is a superpower, besides, we're beautiful and we have Netflix, is we have command and control. To keep command and control alive, you need 2 things. You need to have GPS over spatial for all your assets, and you need reconnaissance. The moon, even though at a distance, would provide a backup to the inter-orbit satellites that we currently have. So if somebody was to attack us, doomsday, take out all our satellites, it gives you a backup. And that's why the race to the moon. There's other assets that I can't talk about, but that's what's going on there. It's not about humanity. It's not about expanding there. No one's going to live on the moon. It sucks. It's tiny. It's smaller than the United States. It blows goats. You don't want to go there. It's just kind of like cool. And you're going to see it in 8K in the next 10 years if you don't die. I promise you. And remember, I said it.
That's a great question, Adam.
All right, let's continue on here, guys. Let's go to Super Crazy Movie Geek. Have you ever seen an ET in person or photograph?
Photographs, hell yeah. Not in person.
I'm the only
Do I
one.
know? Is it real? I don't know. You guys, just so we're clear, I've been part of crazy ass operations in the government. Never in my life have I seen an ET, a UFO officially. I've seen UFOs myself just being out there. But like never once was I briefed. Here's an alien or a UFO or anything else. And I've had the highest clearance the president can get. It doesn't exist. It might exist, but we haven't seen it.
I've seen 8 different aliens.
Yeah.
8.
And you're just a dude in Canada. I work for some of the most secret programs the government's ever had, and I've never seen it. So that tells you something.
All right, let's go to Nicole. Random guy. Why not be on camera?
Don't tempt me. Well, here's the thing. So here, let's have a talk. Let's have a talk about this. There's nothing. I'm not telling you guys any secrets, right? That's clear. Because the government's definitely monitoring my IP at all times, 100%. So I'm not telling you guys anything that I can't tell you, or else I would have been shushed, right, by now. So I probably could go on camera, to be honest. I just don't want to deal with it. And I'm going to tell you directly why. I don't care about myself. I care about myself. But what I really care about is I have children. And the reason I'm not on camera is because of my children. And that's 100% the most honest thing I could ever tell you. No, I don't fear. I'm not saying anything illegal. No one's going to come and get me. I'm speculating. I'm very careful not to mention what I can't mention. I'm telling you guys facts, truths, 100% validated. No problem showing you guys my face. That's why you guys come to Vegas. I'll meet you, shake your hand, whatever. No pictures. But it's literally about my kids. Some of you have kids. What would you do to protect them? And that's 100% where I'm at with it. Otherwise, I would just not care. I would be on the camera right now. My kids are my life, and I owe them everything.
All right. I like that answer. Chairman Meow is asking, what branch of service was Random Guy in?
I was in the Air Force. I was in the Air Force. But
Okay.
I worked. Air Force was cool, but that's not where I got my access and did really cool stuff. Air Force was cool. I've shared with you guys some stories of things I did. They were cool. I got medals. I got Iraq, Afghanistan. I've done it all. I've done some crazy stuff. Even though I was Air Force, everybody's like, Air Force. No, I actually did some stuff, guys. But really, my life came to be doing contracting when I got out of the Air Force. So the way the military works, most of the people in the military, they might find some things, know some things, see some things. Contracting is where it's at because they can erase you. I have a 12-year history I could show you on my tax returns where I never got paid by the government. Not the government, not federal, not even a contractor. There were some years I got paid by a computer company. There were some years I got paid by an architect company. Like literally, you would have no idea. And that's why they like that. When you're a contractor, they pay you triple. So I'm making 6 figures to do the same damn job. And if I ever come out publicly and say, hey, I saw this and I did this, like, no, you work for that computer company, bro. And literally, that's what it shows on my W-2s. But we all know differently. But that's how they roll. And they protect themselves that way. With military, the military people don't get the deepest secrets because they're they have to report to Congress. If Congress did an inquiry to military people that are active duty, they can absolutely do that hearing, and they have a right to. If it's a military contract, you work for Lockheed, Northrop, Blackwater, like anybody, they have the right to secrets, and that's why they do it that way. Contractors actually hold way more secrets than the actual military, and that's the truth.
Let's go to Nicole or Nikki here in Seattle. Do you know of any legendary U.S. government books of all government documents regarding UFOs and ETs?
I've heard of it, but I don't know specifically. But that's a great question. I believe it to be true. I 100% believe it to be true. This passed down through presidency. I believe 100% based on, and again, it's anecdotal. I haven't seen it. I tell you guys what's real and what I've seen and what I haven't. This is an inference, but anecdotally, I believe 100% that's true. I just can't prove it.
All right. This one I'll take. The guy named Andrew, something from Canada, that supposedly was killed for filming a giant. Was it a psyop? No. You know what? I have looked at that video, and knowing where in Whistler it happened, that giant would have had to been about 75 to 100 feet tall to look that big, even zoomed in. I don't think it was a psyop at all.
Tim Mothman's calling me out. Tim Mothman, you probably only know douchebags. A lot of people in the military are douchebags. I'm not. And I'm not in the military anymore, so I speak how I want. Don't believe me, that's fine. Completely. Everybody, what do we got? 260 people in chat? Anybody
265.
Anybody thinks I'm full of it? Guess what? I hope you have the best life you could ever have. And you don't have to believe me. I don't care. I'm simply here for the people that believe in Dave, that support what he wants to do, which is getting information out. If you don't believe me, I don't care. I really don't.
Yeah. It is your choice in the audience whether or not you want to believe. What I will say is that when it comes to Random Guy, both Tim and I have vetted him personally, and he is who he says he is.
I mean, I sent you that Photoshop picture of me with Biden and Trump, but hopefully that's good enough.
Yes. Let's go to Super Crazy Movie Geek. What big news regarding UFOs, aliens do you think we will get in 2023?
Yeah.
I think there's going to be more false disclosure. You're going to see a lot more Tic Tacs and things that Navy pilots have on video, but none of it's going to actually get us anywhere. I feel like the real disclosure is us, you guys, and I'm literally on your side. I'm literally like, I don't care. I just want to know. Like, I've shared with you guys my grandfather's experiences, both my grandfather's experiences, actually. The one that worked for NASA, the one that was in World War II. I'm a skeptical dude. Like, I don't believe in 99% of this. I really don't. But the 1% is so compelling, you'd have to be absolutely stupid to not at least consider it. And I just need to know, as a human being on this world that's in the middle ages of his life, I would love to get the answers. And that's why I'm here. That's it. I really don't believe 90% of this. So when I tell you guys things, I'm just trying to help. You don't have to believe me. You don't at all. Go ahead. Watch your websites, watch your videos. But I can only tell you this. You ever meet me in person? You ever see me? You ever actually figure out who I am? You know, I don't care enough that I'm the most honest person you'll ever meet. I'm telling you facts.
Yeah. And I mean, one more piece of information is always helpful. Someone's insight is great. I mean, you've gotten me thinking on different levels so many times. I also know how to interview better because of knowing you. So I'm all
Trying to
about
give
RG.
you. I'm just trying to give you guys when somebody's BSing you. You know what
Yeah.
makes me. You know what's worse than me not knowing answers? When I see these hacks coming out and selling your community answers that are false or false prophets or false hype. Like, hey, let's get excited about this. And I'm like, dude, like literally that's our program. And this guy's selling it because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm here to take that off the table for you.
Yeah.
And I don't have a website. I don't have a channel. I don't, you know what I mean, guys? Like, I'm not here. I do other stuff in life. I'm not here. You will never see me ever, unless one particular individual wants to hire me. But like, you literally will never see me, hear from me, have me sell you something. I'm not crazy. I have a family. Well, not a wife anymore because my life sucks in that regard. But I have kids. I care. I want the best for the world. I want the best for us. I want the best for my kids, the future generations, all that stuff. I'm not here to BS you guys. I'm not selling you a damn thing. So if you don't believe me, I really don't care because I don't have the time to care. I'm here offering it for the people that want the truth. You can accept it or you don't have to. But I'm giving you facts. Period.
It's fun stuff. Do we have any more questions coming in, Dave? Or
Oh,
where are
let's
you
take
at?
a look here.
Yeah, let's dig in.
Let's take a look. Oh, Nicole firing a shot. I believe Rick Doty more at this point.
Oh,
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Rick
Rick Doty?
Doty is. Oh, you got to look him up. He's apparently a counterintelligence spy where he was brought in to kind of screw with the UFO crowd. That was his job.
Is she joking here?
He's actually a really nice guy.
I'm assuming this
Terrible
is
mustache.
I'm assuming
Terrible
this is a
mustache.
joke.
Yeah, I think it probably is. This
I'm
is
going to assume
Nicole
this
we're
is a
talking
joke,
about.
Nicole.
Yes, she's laughing.
Here's the thing, Nicole. I'm going to meet you in a few months. And you're going to realize in about 15 minutes
Or less.
what it is. I'll put it that way.
Or
The
less.
same way anybody else that meets me will.
Yeah.
Because I'm not here selling you guys a damn thing. I'm the dude. I'm going to do shots with you. I'm going to drink with you. I'm going to joke with you. I'm a regular ass person. I did some crazy things and I know a lot of stuff. But I'm literally a regular person that happens to know a lot of stuff.
Wow,
And that's why I went with random. I went with random guy because I'm like, I don't want to be guru. I don't want to be known for this. Like, but I'm here to tell you guys the damn truth. like I want to hang out with you guys. Let's talk. You guys probably know way more stuff than I do about the cool stuff. I just know the military government side. I don't know the UFO side. So let's compare and contrast and get somewhere with this.
Hard to trust a faceless dot, even with Tim and Dave's support. Just saying. She's getting feisty tonight.
And she's not going to Vegas this year, she says.
She's not going to Vegas this year, no.
Give Nicole my signal number.
There you go. Yeah. That's actually a good idea.
Nicole, I'll have Tim Senor give you my number.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. That'll clear it right up. You guys will have fun chatting offline, actually.
But there's one.
That'll be good.
I'm going to set one rule. Don't come at me asking me to prove myself. Come at me with the fact that we're going to share respectfully information. How about that?
This guy. This guy. With his
I'm
rules.
saying if Nicole can believe me, then
Yeah.
she's pretty prominent. Nicole, I respect you. You're prominent. I have no problem proving myself to you.
Raz is calling you out on some UTC stuff.
Let's go.
What is this? Oh, the UTC plus 0.0 time issue was a mistake, random guy. He's wondering.
What was the mistake?
I'm not sure.
mistaken. I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
You could Google
Raz
it.
is a sharp dude. I'm not sure what
Okay.
he's got, but we'll see.
Dave,
Put a little more
Dave,
info.
did you look up what I told you to be fact?
Yes, it was 0 plus 3.
Okay. So did I say anything that was inaccurate?
No.
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
No, I'm being honest. You guys just say whatever you want. I don't have to prove myself, but I will by default because you guys, there's nothing I will. Here's the thing. I'm not telling you guys secrets. I'm not telling you missions. I'm not telling you assets. I'm not doing that because I'd go to prison. I'd literally go to prison if I told you guys something I can't. What I'm telling you is stuff in public domain where you guys have not connected the dots or you may not be privy to. You could take anything I'm saying, go Google it, and figure it out by comparing. I know that takes more than 5 seconds of your life, but if you care enough, go look at what I'm saying. You'll find out I'm telling the truth. I don't say wrong stuff.
I have a quick question before I read out Ozzy Gold's question. Are you aware of the UFO UAP program in China? And my understanding is that it's massive and even bigger than ours. Do you have any insight as to the temperature of UFO topic in China right now?
I don't. I do
You
not.
don't get
I
any
have no-
insight on that stuff?
No, I do not. So the last I heard from China, you guys know what the J-20 is?
No.
It's their new stealth fighter. So NSA guy, that's my friend that you heard laughing multiple times.
Yeah.
He negotiated the surrender of that J-20 that the government is now taking apart. And we took one of their fighter pilots. That's all I know about China. Other than that, I don't know a whole lot about China other than their data honeypot with TikTok.
Okay. Ozzy Gold has a question here asking how many shape-shifting aliens are in the government.
I honestly don't know. I've never heard of an alien in my life, in real life. I've heard people speculate, warn, claim, never heard of it in an official capacity from any government official, any military person, any government contractor, or anybody that I know for a fact is in the business ever mentioned an alien for real other than joking. Ever.
Gotcha.
In 22 years.
Gotcha. And a follow-up to Raz's question, I think he was wondering, we spent a while debunking that photograph from Jeremy Corbell, right? Just the data around it. Does that mean that you were debunking the photograph or just some of the data wasn't lining up for you? Like, what was the big takeaway?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that data's actually, as I explained on one of your broadcasts here, one of your streams, I actually don't think it was intentionally fake. I feel like the person that collected that data, that provided that data, intentionally changed it, overlaid it with the false data to protect the identity because there's less than 12 people that have access to it.
Gotcha.
So the fact that that data is in public domain now, there's literally a dozen people. That's not hard to call them all to the office, right? 12 people. Which one of you did this? Like, you know what I mean?
Cool.
So it's plausible deniability for the source, and that's why I believe it's. I'm not saying the imagery was fake. I'm saying I believe the overlay was spoofed to protect the identity of the person providing the data. That's my opinion.
Thanks for clarifying. I think that I appreciate that. Cool.
Well, on that note, ready to call it the night, man.
It is getting hot in here.
Getting hot in here.
I'm not hot.
By the way, we'll end it on a big controversy on TikTok right now between all the Zennials who are just learning the original lyrics of Let's Get It Started by the Black Eyed Peas, and they are offended. They are offended that 20 years ago the Black Eyed Peas had to change the lyrics to Let's Get It Started.
Retarded, yep. But
all right, thank you
just so
tonight.
you know, 2003 is when, so I've been a paramedic for years. 2003 is when retarded was removed from the medical dictionary. So anybody prior, it's not like it doesn't mean it was condescending or insulting or meant to defame. Anybody who was trained prior to 2003, that was part of the training, and there was a political movement that decided that was inappropriate. Just to clarify.
And on that note, thank you, random guy.
It's been
Appreciate
great.
that. Let's say a big thank you tonight to Adam, Carlito, Smithy, Nancy, Mike, Vaughn, Donnie ×2, Pete, Amy, Steven, Greg ×6 or 7. I lost count. Simon, Derek, Pam, Carlito again, Ozzy, Robo. Thank you guys for the lovely super chats. Thank you for everything that you do tonight. Appreciate you guys, and we will see you on Monday. Don't forget, this weekend, Jessica Jones is in for Off the Trails, and then the After Hours with Grant, Danielle, Nick, and Marquise. Tim, appreciate you, buddy.
Cyberbump.
Cyberbomb.
Kapow.
And then, of course, random guy.
I guess I'm a total fraud.
Oh, random guy needs a hug. Random guy needs a
You
some
better
love
give
and a
Nicole my. You know what? I need to talk to Nicole. I'm
Clear the air. Clear the
hug.
air.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to you later, guys.
Later.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.